We are in the committee of the whole meeting for Tuesday, December 12th. Alphonse Ball, Peace Telephone, Tasquehomish, Oeamayo, which means welcome to the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. And there's an agenda in front of the committee. And there's a motion to adopt the agenda, moved by Councillor Kent, second by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. We have a couple delegations. Up first, we have Bianca Peters from the Squamish Historical Society and Cindy Roll from BC Heritage Festival. And whomever else would like to join me. Please just come have a seat at the table. You don't have to go to the podium if you don't want. Bianca, you can come sit at the table. That's great. Welcome. Enough room.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council and staff, for having us today. I'm Bianca Peters, the President and founder of the Squamish Historical Society. Just to get you up to speed, the Squamish Historical Society has been an organization that has collected, documented, showcased, and celebrated the history of Squamish in our community. In the past, in 2012, we started with a regional festival, a local festival called the Squamish Culture and Heritage Festival that brought School District 45 in with all their students, and we got the kids to do projects about the history of Squamish. And several guest speakers, one of which you want to see is back there, Steve Kwan, who's fantastic, and we'll probably be reaching out to him shortly. In 2014, we also did another festival, and in 2016, we were elevated to a regional festival. I'm very excited today to announce that the BC Heritage I'm not announcing anything. I'm introducing Cindy Rao, who is a board member from the Lower Mainland with the BC Heritage Fair Society, who looks after the province for children that are learning about history, doing projects, and they meet once a year to judge all the beautiful projects that have come out of the local and regional festivals. And so, not to let the cat out of the bag, I'd like to introduce Cindy Rao.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Cindy Rowell, and I'm representing BC Heritage Fair Society, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the history education of Canada's young people. Our society is under the distinguished patronage of the Honourable Judith Guichon, Lieutenant Governor of British Columbia. BC Heritage Fairs wants all young people to become curious about Canadian history and have a deep understanding of the present by engaging with and questioning the past. BC Heritage Fair Society facilitates and implements the BC Heritage Fairs program in BC. We work closely with other organizations and agencies in the province whose goals and activities complement and support the goals of our society, and we're affiliated with Canada's National History Society, Canada's History, and Heritage BC. BC Heritage Fairs is a province-wide program that encourages youth to see history around them. The purpose of the Heritage Fair program is to provide students a valuable learning opportunity designed to increase awareness, interest, and understanding in local, provincial, and Canadian history, and to encourage students to explore an aspect of Canadian heritage in a dynamic, captivating, and learning environment. Students are encouraged to examine their own family connections and stories, or to research historical figures, local pioneers that have contributed to Canada or our province. Today, schools in 14 regions from around the province proudly host approximately 4,000 participating students. Heritage Fair begins in the classroom, where students select their topic, then research and develop their Heritage Fair project. The school-level fair is where students share what they've learned about their topic with their peers. Top students are selected to represent their school at the Regional Heritage Fair. Students are judged and evaluated on their research, knowledge, and oral presentation on their topic. From those students participating in the Regional Fair, adjudicators select 4 students to move on to represent their community and their school at their region at the Provincial Heritage Fair. Picture's worth 1,000 words, so let me take you back to 2016 when Squamish Historical Society and BC Heritage Fairs partnered to bring the Sea to Sky Regional Fair to Squamish. So I need my techie guy to
get that
bring up
there.
our slide.
Oh, that me? Yeah.
It is already loaded on here, so.
Is it on here?
I think it's on the desktop, he said.
Sorry. BC Heritage, the property.
Oh,
On the S.
Do you want to?
And there was a clicker that I had. Okay.
We just
Oh,
need
so
to
we
get
have to
you,
go
do you
back
want
to
a
one.
straight duplicate or do you want to scroll?
No, this is fine, just go back to slide number 1. I'll get
So
you
with the
to,
mayor?
Probably want to post.
But
all the way back.
Okay, you want full screen?
Oh, so just scoop it up.
Yeah, so it's F1 right now.
Well, that's history.
There we go. From the beginning. There we go. There we go.
It's just going to duplicate it though, so it's going to show.
Okay, it'll show me the next slide, so I just click. Okay, so let's go here. Whoops. You can just click through.
Nice logo.
Yeah, I wonder who made that. Thank you, Mayor Heinzman. Keep
And
going.
we're just going to click through. So
Okay.
just to slide 41.
Sure. 41.
Yeah. So this was held at the rec center, and you may notice and recognize some of the judges. These were some of the projects. We had a wide variety of projects that,
Where's my mom?
okay, so stop there.
Oh.
Does this look familiar?
Yeah, I lost.
Can you answer the question?
I'm not smarter than Purvis Nathan.
So the only question she got right was when I asked the kids how old she was, and the student stood up and said 21. So I think that makes you 23 this year, correct?
Awesome.
Of course, I had to throw that one in there. Okay. So for 5 days in July, approximately 60 student delegates from around the province came together at the Provincial Heritage Fair. Last year, the Provincial Fair was held in Victoria. Students were housed at the dorms at UVic. They toured in and around historic Victoria and showcased their Heritage Fair projects at the Royal BC Museum. The opening ceremony for the 2017 Provincial Heritage Fair was attended by school trustees, local and provincial politicians, First Nations elders, and the Honourable Judith Gushon, Lieutenant Governor of British Columbia.
See, I started a trend with the yellow. Yeah.
That's right. So have you ever seen kids so excited about history? So some of the kids really get into their projects. The Lieutenant Governor, she was awesome. She talked to the kids. Okay, so why are we here today? She almost let the cat out of the bag. I am pleased to again be working with Bianca and her team at the Squamish Historical Society to announce that Squamish is the proposed location for the 2018 Provincial Heritage Fair. Your community is rich in heritage and history, and both Squamish Historical Society and BC Heritage Fairs is excited to bring our provincial fair to your community. For 5 days in July, students from all over the province will be converging on Squamish and learning about your amazing community. The BC Heritage Fair Society covers all the expenses for these students to attend the Provincial Heritage Fair at an annual budget cost of approximately $36,000. Every year we have an amazing group of Provincial Heritage Fair delegates These students are enthusiastic and eager to learn about history. They have worked hard to earn their place at the provincial fair, and it shows. These student delegates range in age from 10 years to 15 years old. In July, you may see these students in their bright-colored Heritage Fair shirts and backpacks in and around Squamish and around in the community surrounding Squamish as well. You will see a group of young people interested and excited and eager to learn about heritage and history in your community. You'll see a group of young people showcasing their Heritage Fair projects and sharing their love of history at a public display where they engage with youth and adults. BC Heritage Fairs and Squamish Historical Society is excited and looking forward to introducing students and chaperones from all around the province to your community in July 2018. Any questions?
That's very exciting news. That's very cool. I was a bit of a science fair geek when I was, hard to believe. I think I told Bianca this story. I actually got to the provincial finals when I did the history of capital punishment. And I thought there's this weird, twisted child who makes these models of all these ways. But I was so offended and shocked by capital punishment, it was more of a statement against it, obviously. But anyway, it was at Ile Saint-Laurent, and it was quite a big thing, and I did another one when I was Leonardo da Vinci, and I made all these models of all these inventions and stuff. So it's a really great thing for kids to do, and I think it's just fantastic we're having it here. It'll be wonderful, and congratulations.
We're still working on a couple locations as to where to house the kids. That's our only thing. So we've got a couple places I'm actually checking out today, but I did actually attend the school board this morning and stopped in there to drop off some packages for the superintendent, and her assistant actually was telling me that she did Heritage Fair too. So it's very exciting that with the new curriculum now, all this hands-on learning and research, the kids are actually getting excited about a topic that in my day was very boring. So history and heritage is coming alive, and we're excited to come to Squamish. It all kind of came from when a city girl coming to Squamish to help Bianca do the regional fair. And I was just amazed at what Bianca and Betty showed me in your community. And I thought, I need to take this to my board and see if we can do something up here. You guys have so much history, and I think the kids will just love it when they're here.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to welcoming kids from across the province and ensuring that this is a successful fair. And congratulations, it's just great news.
And we also extended an invitation to mayor and council to join us for the opening and closing ceremonies, and we will send you more information.
We did dress up like our favorite historical.
There'll be a shirt. Maybe yellow, who knows?
And just so you know, there's probably going to be another Are You Smarter Than a Heritage Fair student? So you need to study up on your facts. And these were local questions too, that the kids were like, just like that with the answers.
They were set up. No, they were great. Ted?
Yeah, where do you look for housing? You're not hoteling them, are you?
Pardon me?
Or you're not hoteling the kids?
No, we're actually talking to Quest University. I'm looking at Evans Lake. The North Van Outdoor School, I've been trying to get in touch with them, and they haven't responded to me. But that's where Bianca and I can work together to kind of come up with the ideas, because she's familiar with the area. And also where we're going to tour, where we're going to take the kids. I've talked to Britannia Mine, and I'm thinking that that's where our showcase is going to be, and our opening ceremony for that. But the kids, I mean, we get them out doing all kinds of different things, a walking tour downtown, because the kids want to go into some of the shops and spend some money and get souvenirs. So in Victoria, we took them into Chinatown, and then we went for Chinese food after. But in this area, the walking tour sounds perfect, and I'm really excited to be working with Bianca to come up with the different historical sites, and maybe get some speakers to talk to the kids about some of the history. And
Like Steve Kwan.
I have to recognize that face.
Fantastic.
So,
Thank you very much.
But it's 5 very busy days. We fly kids in from the interior into Vancouver, and then we'll be busing them up. We're trying to work out some of the logistics of getting them here, but you guys were in the competition with Barkerville, and you guys won out, so.
Well, have a conversation with Tourism Squamish, because they can certainly help facilitate any of the tour stuff.
Yeah, Heather's very excited.
Excellent,
Yes.
and there's always we've got obviously the railway park and the mining museum, but there's the Squamish Little Cultural Center up in Whistler, which is really interesting.
It's interesting that we only have, 100, 150 years of history. But it amazes me how fast we lose track and things really do become history.
Ted, we have 10,000 years of history in this area.
Yeah.
OCM.
Thank you.
Squamish town doesn't. But, I watch buildings getting torn down and, go take a few pictures, but it's just gone, So I really enjoy history. Thanks.
Speaking to the First Nations piece of it, it'd be interesting to involve them in like some drum making or something.
Or even a dinner or something. We're excited to work with them, definitely. That's a huge part of the history.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, one of the things that has been offered through Harbor Tours, I think Eric Anderson was doing it, is a boat tour where there's glyphs on the wall. And of course, we've worked with Alice Gus, Swayzia, Spuckless. And of course, we'll be introducing Cindy to the Totem Hall and Squamish Nation, for sure. Absolutely, we'd be remiss if we didn't.
Well, thank you very much for the good news, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Moving on, we have the Squamish Arts Council Community Partnership presentation. And I'm welcoming Sydney Lyons, who carries many responsibilities with the Squamish Arts Council.
Awesome.
But is fundamentally the driving force.
Yeah, I think I got it.
If you have 5, you'll get a full screen. Or if you want, you can go to What do you do, just blow it up? Oh no, gets a bit fussy every now and then. There we go.
Okay. This is actually my first slideshow
Whenever
presentation,
you're ready.
so hard luck. Awesome. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for inviting us here today. My name is Sydney Lyons. I'm the chair of the Squamish Arts Council. I also have one of our board directors here, Megan McClure, who is also the founder and owner of Bungalow 968 in Squamish. So we're going to start today. We're going to kind of just walk you guys through all the awesome stuff that's been happening this year at the Arts Council, and then get to the meat of the presentation near the end part. In front of you, we just have a couple packages. We prepared a short annual report. There's only 4, so if we want to share, that's awesome. Just trying to save on some paper. And there's a package for letters of support as well in terms of what we're coming towards to you for today. So first thing is first, we just want to extend a huge thank you on behalf of us in the community for your contributions to the arts in 2017. They've made a huge difference and impact in terms of what we've been able to do with that funding, and it's certainly felt around the community, definitely. So just a quick capture on what the Squamish Arts Council does. So we're a community nonprofit that focuses on supporting arts initiatives and opportunities. Our mission is to raise awareness and increase access to local arts and culture in Squamish while supporting local artists. This year, we have an estimated impact of directly affecting 5,831 people with our programming this year. So that's going to be a quick snapshot of our project. Bear with me, I'll just make sure I have my speaking notes.
It's terrible seeing people having fun. Just outside.
Let's see. So first up is our Youth at Art project. So this is a program that was supported by the BC Arts Council and as well the District of Recreation Services with helping with our registration processes. We did a scholarship program this year in which we partnered with four 4 art organizations, which included Squamish Academy of Music, Squamish Dance Center, Up With Art, and Happy Mess. And because of those partnerships, we were able to double the amount of scholarship funding to youth who couldn't afford to go to summer camp this year for arts and culture. And we were able to provide 30 students with scholarships to attend camp this year. On top of that, we did 4 week-long camps as Arts Council camps. And we also did 3 partner camps, one being with the Squamish Nation, in which 78 youth took part of that camp, as well as 12 teen mentors who helped facilitate the camp under the artist. And then just another youth program that we did this year, it's brand new, it's called Amped in the Park. It's really exciting. It was the program that was to animate Junction Park and OCM Pavilion. We did 8 weeks of performances on Thursday nights, and we had 56 artists in total, emerging artists, come to the stage and sing, dance, or we didn't have very many dancers, but lots of singers, lots of musicians. So it was a really awesome summer. We estimate we had about 335 audience members in total over the summer, and a lot of that was actually organic. So when people saw music or were biking, they tended to stop and stay and see what's going on. We also, there was a part of this program was a mentorship aspect. So we had professional artists come and mentor the youth. Who actually led this program, in truth, was high school, Housetown Secondary School students leading this program. We were just there as supporting roles and as mentors. So yeah, all of the efforts were really their efforts put together. This is just a little bit more on the scholarships, a bit of feedback that we received from some scholarship recipients, just in terms of the value of the scholarships and how it made a difference in their children's lives this summer. And some great pictures from some of our summer camps. We have the public art camp down at the bottom, rock band camp in the middle, and DJ camp up at the top. And just in regards to the public art, just a little bit of feedback. There was really well received in the community. The Squamish Chief did a really great little piece on it. It was also shared online quite a bit. Lots of commentary in terms of positive comments and how great these types of projects are received in the community, especially when kids are involved, which is awesome. And then this is from the district's own social media feed. So I just have 2 quick videos. I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know you have a big agenda today. But each video is about, they're both focused on the youth programs, and they're about a minute and 50 seconds each. Is it okay that?
That's totally fine.
Yeah, okay. I hope they work. So that video was actually done by a Quest student up at Quest University. We have another video, oh gosh. Okay. We have another video, it's not nearly as good of quality as the first video. I just put this together from strong cell phone videos from this summer, but it just gives us a little bit of a glimpse at what was happening with the Amped in the Park program in particular.
So awesome.
That's actually also Angus Thompson, who's one of the primary volunteers for the program.
We have one there, play a few songs and our librarian, and take a look.
And that's,
Thank you for that.
yeah. And that is a quick snapshot. Obviously, we had a lot more performances this summer, but that was a glimpse at some of the videos we were able to take. Yes, that was, gosh, Amped in the Park. And just to follow up with Amped in the Park as well, the volunteers who run the summer program actually have successfully applied for a small neighborhood grant on their own and are running a new program, not a new program, but a showcase on December 15th, it's on Friday, called Alive in Squamish. It's a free event. It's going to feature a bunch of emerging artists, so if you're free to come down, please do.
That's the Community Foundation small.
Yes, exactly, yeah. And they totally took that on their own and applied. It's their first grant application. The one volunteer is very excited that they got to hold a big check for the first time. It was the highlight of their year. All right, moving on. Wind Festival. We had a really awesome Wind Festival this year. It was 3 days long. We took a look onto what our core values for the Wind Festival are, which is arts, community, and culture, and tried to really hyper-focus on those elements this year. Over 3 days, we had 3,000 festival attendees, as well as 73 artists from several art disciplines participating in the festival, whether that was cultural performances, music, or visual arts, as well as artisans. We had over 50 community partners that helped us put together the festival, as well as a huge reaction on social media and 500 volunteer hours from 27 different volunteers in the community. There's also, again, there's only 2 of them, but there's also a little bit of a Wind Festival report floating around one of the packages. If you're curious to look at it, I also have a digital copy if anyone would like to see more information about the Wind Festival in particular. Okay. So the really exciting grant that we got this year was Canada Summer Jobs, which enabled us to employ 4 full-time students this year. And resulted in 1,500 hours of work that was focused on local art initiatives and projects. A lot of what we did this year wouldn't have been possible without this program coming into place, which was really an amazing opportunity. You can see the students up top there. That's actually in the Arts Council building in Junction Park. The gallery that you see behind is curated by the one student in the black dress. Her name's Lexi, and she's from Emily Carr University, studying fine art. And then we have 3 Quest University students, all having different positions. Actually, one of them is here today as well to provide support. And just touching on the program impacts in terms of what we were able to do with this grant. So we had 4 curated art galleries in total throughout the summer, which brought in lots of tourism traffic. Apparently the Squamish Arts Council building is still the tourism center on some GPSs, so we got a lot of tourism traffic in, which was great. And we also did the facilitation scholarship program, as well as connecting with the local student population. Having the Quest students work with the Arts Council brought them way more into the community, and it's actually inspired spin-off volunteer opportunities, and we've had a lot more connection with the university itself since. As well, the students worked this summer to fundraise for local arts and create a stronger outreach in the community overall. And we have Art Walk. So this was a really great collaborative initiative. We had 45 venues and 50 artists participate. The 45 venues also include artist studios. 41 pieces of art sold and counting. We're still getting reports in. The general consensus from the artists is that everyone was super stoked about it. And overall, we had 27 volunteers as well for Art Walk. And we also had 4 free workshops celebrating Canada 150. One of those workshops was at the Brackendale Fall Fair, in which Soysis Focus worked with the community to do cedar bark weaving and some other artistic pieces. And then we had another free workshop with C. Appleton Art Harry, who did carving with people during BC Culture Days. So those were great. And we also had 2 more workshops. One was at the Children's Festival, and another one was a following weekend. Didn't fall in a specific event, but it was a children's-oriented art workshop as well. We also had 3 guided art bike tours that we did in partnership with Recreation Services. So that led people around town. We had a volunteer artist on each of the bike tours to talk about art and to give people a bit more of an in-depth experience to Art Walk. And then we did 2 guided school group tours with 28 local high school students as well. And this is just a bit of a testimonial from one of the venues in terms of the impact of Art Walk on their business in town. And moving on to Arts and Culture Community Enhancement Grants. We had an overwhelming amount of requests for funding this year, which was incredible to see all of the creativity in the community. We obviously want to, again, thank the district for their support through the Community Enhancement Grant Program to make this possible. We were able to do 6 projects and in total, and the impacts, we're still receiving reports because reporting is due at the end of the calendar year, but so far what we've been seeing is just absolutely incredible in terms of impact. I do have some quick stats for that. So some quick highlights for reports we have received is one of the recipients, Between Shifts Theater, received multiple awards for their production of Kayak, including Best Actress, Best Production, some awards for lighting as well, which is amazing. There was 25 musical performances at the Squamish Farmers Market as a result, as well as 2 chef demonstrations. And for another project, there was 450 students learning and embracing Squamish Nation culture and artist tradition with over 100 families impact and a celebration of First Nation students. Right. And so just quick capture. This is more in the package that was sent to council in regards to our community enhancement grant in terms of our process. But we do come in front of council each year in terms of the criteria and our application and what that looks like and how people actually would apply for this grant. So the process generally is that we put out a call for the artists to apply, then we strike a committee and we deliberate based on that criteria that's approved by council each year, and then we award based on that criteria. And this is just a little showing in terms of the amount of funding requested trend over the years. So you can see that 2017 was quite a special year. So that might speak to population growth, that might speak to...
150, is that part of it doing that way?
Yeah, perhaps, you know, people may have their ear more to the ground about grant programs this year in particular because it was Canada 150. So we can interpret that data in a few ways. And our last big project that is currently ongoing is the servicing agreement that we struck with the district earlier this year. And that is just starting right now. We're working in partnership with Recreation Services to deliver a variety of introductory workshops. I just put up some of the program goals because, again, it's just starting out, so we don't have metrics, but we will be coming back in front of council once that program is complete to report on all the awesomeness of it. But these are our guiding program goals for this program in particular. They're also on a website that we started called artsquamish.com. And if anyone's interested in taking workshops, they're all there. They're also listed in the recreation guide. Yeah. And so these are just some smaller events the projects that we listed are kind of our big ticket projects that we did this year. These are just smaller events that we were part of. Of course, we were part of the Chili Tom. The event, yes, the exhibit. The exhibit that happened in Whistler, we organized transportation for locals to go up and be part of that experience, as well as the preservation of the artwork that was on Cleveland Avenue and still in our care at this point in time. Also supporting the Squander Mural Festival, as well as the Seniors Paint Program that happened at Recreation Services, which was awesome. And a little fundraising project with Between Shifts Theater, poetry reading at the library, and a Sea to Sky Gondola art show, which actually Meg put together. All right, so down to the meat of it. So community partnership, I just move it down to. So the District of Squamish has a community partnership policy in which was provided in our original application with a lot of other pieces of paper, so I understand that it was might not have been reviewed in detail, but essentially this policy outlines some guidelines for how an entity could become a partner with the District of Squamish. And our goal is that the Arts Council, we can look at becoming a partner with the district as the Arts Council. There are 14 points under the policy, and we do heavily believe that the Arts Council does meet every single criteria that is a guideline under this policy. So the goals would be to help council meet its strategic priorities during its term, as well as executing on the priorities and goals articulated in the OCP, and then overall with the bigger vision of creating a stronger, more resilient arts sector and growing in step together. So really this is about us achieving the mutual goals for arts in our community. Just referring back to those items about strategic priorities, these are just from council's documents in terms of their strategic priorities. So obviously under health and community, there's arts and culture. The highlighted areas are pieces that specifically speak to what we're talking about today in this concept of community partnership. And then at the bottom there, sponsorship for community partnership for arts, recreation and cultural services in place. So it's essentially what we're saying is how we as the Arts Council want to essentially help you guys achieve these goals, and we believe we can be a leader for that. And then this is referring back to the OCP, again to the language within it about vision for Squamish in a vibrant and healthy arts sector and how it's an integral part of the community. There's a lot of mention to it. This is only certain pieces, but pulling out. If anyone wants me to stop at any one of these pieces and go over a point in particular, but I'm sure everyone's pretty aware with the, yeah. All right. So why does it matter? Pieces of paper still. So the ask today, just boiling down to it, is that we would like council to consider and deliberate community partnership with the Arts Council for the sum of $45,000 for 2018, and to put that on the table to think about during your budget deliberations. Again, why does it matter? Referring to the importance of arts and culture, and all of its tangible aspects. So we really, again, being a leader for arts in the community, we really do believe we can help you guys meet these mutual goals and work together to create this basis of a strong foundation for Squamish in its art and culture sector. Creating that also in step is a really important point to articulate as you know, the community grows, and I'm sure this council is hyper aware that we're constantly shifting community, we're a growing community, and with that comes challenges, so we need to grow all of our community organizations in step with that so that we're able to be prepared for what the future of essentially 2040 looks like for Squamish. I know that council went over this yesterday, but just pulling out from the budget survey from your agenda yesterday in terms of what the community is saying they need. So the word blurb speaks for itself, as well as in terms of satisfaction, in terms of how arts programs currently meeting the needs of the community. So we think this is a really strong reflection in terms of how we can help improve collectively together to maybe put people on the smiling side. So also just a few other points in terms of the value proposition. Actually, before we move there, let's go here first. So I just want to point out that we're not alone. Arts councils are quite a common thing in communities all across the province. This is just an example of all the amazing arts councils that exist in the province. And the Arts Council is also an active contributor to several groups and conversations and represents Squamish's interests at the provincial level and a regional level. This includes the Sea to Sky Arts Alliance, which we've been a part of since 2014, and is a part of its creation as well. The Lower Mainland Arts Councils, we meet every 6 months to discuss how we can better collaborate as an arts sector and provincial arts sector. The same thing with the annual meeting at Arts BC. We also are recently a stakeholder at the Destination BC Tourist Destination Development meetings for the Sea to Sky. We speak with the Arts Alliance BC in terms of provincial funding strategies, and we also sit on the Public Art Committee locally. And so this is just again to show the natural evolution of how arts councils come and work with communities. There in your packages there are a number of support letters from different arts councils that detail exactly their relationship with their municipalities and how that has worked for them in their experience. So getting down to an ROI this year in terms of how we can leverage funding. So back to what the value proposition is. The Arts Council is able to leverage funding as a cultural organization, and we have done this year, and we believe we can make those dollars go even further. We've currently hit, what this partnership is about is also enhancing capacity to enable more funding to come into the community. So with the investment that the district amazingly made in 2017, we were able to leverage that to bring in an additional $77,000 of funding for local arts initiatives. We think that we can increase this, but again, it's a question of capacity, and this partnership would help really turn that around and potentially leverage that investment to be a bigger sum or a bigger ROI.
A little mindful of time, so you.
Sorry, yes, okay.
I don't want to rush you too long, because
This is kind of
fantastic, but.
This is, I think, the last one. Yes, yeah, this is the last one. So this is essentially how we can help. These are the big ticket items that we believe we could really make an impact in. Leveraging funds is up there with pretty much one of the strongest ticket items. We have found that there's lots and lots of funding out there for arts and cultural organizations. And we've just touched the tip of the iceberg in terms of 2017. We can go so much further in terms of what is available, but we do, again, it's about that scaling up to make sure that we're taking advantage of these opportunities effectively. And then going down, just working council staff to achieve strategic priorities, becoming a leader for arts in our community, and working on issues like a community-wide arts strategy, which I know something that has come in front of this table before. activation of Junction Park, as we all saw those other videos, enhancing Squamish's built environment, better integration of arts and culture into tourism planning, and representing our interests on a Sea to Sky regional and provincial level. So, some great pictures, and thank you. And that's it.
Council, any questions? Councilor Elliott and Councilor Karen.
Thanks, Cindy. And so the $45,000, that is an annual ask. So in our 5-year business plan, it would be
Yes,
every year.
yes.
Councilor Karen.
Can you just go back to that word, Joe?
Jungle, yes.
I really like those things.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you prioritize, how you're moving everything forward, but
Right.
see how big theater is there.
Yes.
Are you working at is there anything that's kind of strategizing to get to a theater?
Yeah, I noticed some of the comments, some were specific to movie theater and some are specific to performing arts theater, so they're two different types of facilities. But yes, we've been looking at lots of case studies, not case studies, but examples that have been going on in other arts councils. We do know that Bowen Island just received a significant grant to do an art space with their library, but there's lots of funding out there for capital projects. So it is something that is very much so on our radar. We work heavily with Between Shifts Theater too, in terms of identifying what are the needs of a community theater or a playhouse and what does that look like, what's not currently working and what needs to be worked on in the future.
That's good, because we'll be ready for one of these days.
Yeah, one of these.
10 years ago.
Yeah, but I think that is definitely, it'd be amazing, Department of the Arts Committee, to actually look at getting even just a simple black box theater. It's not only arts that those spaces are useful for, but education and speakers, and there's so much value to having a performing arts space in a community, and I don't know too many communities that don't have a performing arts space as a center of the community. On that point, I wonder about lighting for the Ocean Pavilion for this year. We've had it in the budget before, it's never really gotten, but you can see by the pictures that the performance is lost underneath lack of lighting and space, and I know Peter would agree that having a simple truss in the space and some lighting, some overhead lighting and some front lighting would be an amazing addition. It would take a space that we already have and make it into something that's a little bit more usable. And I know we've had it in the budget, and then the money got spent on the sound system, which is also very valuable. But I'd like to put that out there again and see if the arts community is actually supportive of. It's hard not to be supportive of actually making your space usable, but to have a usable evening space needs lighting. So
Yeah, I mean, in terms, we're supportive generally of anything that is better supports programming and arts opportunities, so.
The other thing, there was a community member that also looked at doing a shell stage for the Logger Sports area.
Yes.
It's just like a trailered out space. Has the arts community looked at grants for?
Yeah, I believe I think I know the individual in question, and spoken to them. So yes, we've been sort of creative in terms of thinking outside the box and what grant programs could be applied for what. Grants can get tricky sometimes in terms because they can be quite regimented in terms of their criteria and what they want, but depends on the program. So there are programs out there that might support something like that. Such like provincial programs are the ones that come to my mind for STEP, but yeah, it's a possibility for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to say congratulations on a fantastic year. I think you guys really have turned the dial tremendously on just the whole vernacular of the importance of art and culture in our community. You guys really led the charge. And I think that's what our partnerships are really meant to invoke, is the idea that we're not necessarily the best people to leverage funds, for example, to actually drive the agenda, but it's something we want to deliver, as you can see through our strategic plan. And if we can partner with communities, and SORC is a good example of what they're presenting later, if we can partner with people who are passionate about it, people who know it, people who live it, eat it, breathe it, and facilitate them leveraging it, then I think that's the type of thing that council has been trying to encourage for the last couple of years. So from my point of view, I think this is a great step. I know we talked last week about how this also builds capacity within the organization to then be able to take on bigger and better things in the future, whether it's an arts center, theater, whatever it may be. So,
Certainly.
but it takes time to get there from an organizational point of view, from a funding point of view, from community awareness, participation point of view. So this just allows us to grow that really naturally.
Yeah.
So I personally think this is a great next step. And I think you've proven that you can leverage these funds, and you've evolved the Arts Council to the point where you're really a going concern and have really got the street cred. So kudos to everyone involved. You've done a great job. So at this point, I'm wondering if we're going to refer this to, we have some more groups, delegations coming that were supposed to go 20 minutes ago.
Oh,
Okay,
gosh, I'm
not your fault,
sorry.
my fault. But so what we'll do, we are going to refer this to the budget, and we'll deliberate on it as we look at the whole budget later in the afternoon. But I just want to say congratulations, thanks very much, great presentation.
Thank you.
You make it really easy for us when you do such a good job. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone
A
else?
motion for that, or?
I don't know if we need a motion to refer it to the conversation this afternoon, it's part of the discussion.
Oh, I've
so-
already noted.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks. I mean, I'm ready to say yes right now. Council wants to put a motion for it now. I'm going to put a motion that we, actually, we're going to debate it this afternoon with that whole, I'm getting ahead, I'm a little
You're so
enthusiastic
excited.
about this, so I'm tipping my hat a little bit, but thank you. We're going to move on to the budget workshop, which is, first of all, we have 3 delegations. And first up is Mark Roberts, who is with the Craft Beverage Association. Welcome, Mark.
Thanks for having me. I'll try to make this quick.
Awesome. You've got the floor.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Squamish Craft Beverage Association, but we just started it about 5 months ago now. We just received our certificate of incorporation on the 29th of September. So we are currently 13 businesses, which include cideries, soon-to-be cideries, breweries, distilleries, coffee, kombucha. So the goal of the association is to 3 points: to promote awareness of the craft beverage industry in Squamish and Britannia through community events, signage, and educational events, to strengthen the small, independent, traditional, innovative culture of British Columbia craft beverages producers, and to produce a community of craft beverage producers in Squamish and Britannia. So what we were thinking, we kind of brainstormed, we meet once a month, is to have an event where we showcase all our wares. So we were looking for funding to help promote the event and to actually execute the event as well. So the goal is to have a bunch of booths. Essentially, it's a farmer's market meets the Squamish Beer Festival. It also includes food trucks, and we want to get local artisans as well to showcase off their wares. So we're looking, if it's okay, they asked to what we need the funding for in kind. Volunteers to help work the show, tables, prizing, some marketing promotion on the website or help with marketing, possible venue, because we haven't found one yet. We're working with the chamber right now for the adventure space. Garbage removal, storage, pretty much anything. Like we would want to try and work with you guys if it works. And also we'd love to have the district have a booth at the show as well. So the idea is to be a kid-friendly show as well. So it's just not adults. Anybody over the age of 19 has to show the ID and get a wristband. So that way we're being socially responsible as well. So we'd have like a booth, let's say coffee, beer, artisan, kind of go around the room like that. We'd actually work together with other manufacturers. So like with Counterpart Coffee, we would make a beer with Counterpart Coffee. Kombucha would work with maybe L&S Spark. So to actually kind of have like a unique product just for guests. So our target is to hopefully have 200 people in the first year, and then also like grab attention from people going to Vancouver or Whistler. So we kind of want to make showcase this, hey, there's something else to do here in Squamish, like this, trying to get local traffic in. We got something recently where $100 of money spent on local businesses goes $46 back into the economy. So that's something that we really want to focus on too, is I know we understand there's a focus on downtown businesses. So hopefully it's to drive people into downtown as well. So not just like locals, because sometimes people may remember Canada Park Coffee or A-Fame Brewing, but at the same time, it'd be the top of mind, so it helped like regenerate like awareness to that, and also try and captivate the 30,000 people that use that highway every day to come into Squamish to spend their money than spend their money here. So, yeah, and the goal is the first year to have this and actually grow as a membership and association. We are also looking at partnering up with, we call them associated members, so whether it's Nesters or the Copper Koi or let's say the Shady Tree people who support local, is actually give them decals and posters to say proudly supporting local, like Squamish local products. So we are a small base, so it's under a certain amount of hectoliters, so we can't like, if Molson were to buy any of us, like then they'd be out, we're a bigger coffee chain, so just really focus on small manufacturers.
Congratulations on the new association. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And
Thank
I
you.
remember having a conversation with Kelly at Gillespie's.
Yeah, she kickstarted the whole thing.
Yeah, like, gosh, about 2 years ago, when Counterpart had just come on board and there was, the breweries hadn't started, but there was this sort of genesis happening and she was talking about how excited she was about really growing that culture. So to see it where it is today and all the different things is really encouraging and really exciting.
Thank you. One thing that I think we've done a really good job is, like, Kelly's using our beer and A-Frame's beer in their shop, and then Jeff at A-Frame has kombucha on tap, and we have Mountain Squeeze and Kefir water. We really try and buy local. So anybody who's coming here as well, like if they're stopping, because there is a really big brewery movement right now, they see the other products, so hopefully they encourage people to go to other vendors as well to actually buy their products. Yeah.
And you think about how many people are being employed through this industry now too, and you see that job creation and
Yeah.
and it's got the tourism piece too.
Tourism, and we work together. I mean, like with Kathleen, like opening the cidery, like what suppliers that we use. Like Jeff's helped us when we open up our brewery, so we really try and like really support each other. Yeah, which I think is really important within, especially for new businesses.
So maybe I'll just go to Christine just to outline a little bit how we deal with our community.
Yeah, because this is totally new to me, by the way. So
yeah, and just in terms of what our policy sort of guides us to. Council always has the opportunity to wiggle the policy. We try to keep it pretty strictly, but as Christine looks at me and goes, yeah, you guys wiggle a bit. But maybe, Christine, do you just want to maybe outline how we, and it's great that you're incorporated because it's, as a government, we can't legally and legislatively support business, but we can support an association or a nonprofit. And so, Christine.
Yes, you can. So generally, the only things in the policy that we want to be respectful of are the concept of that we don't sponsor events per se with cash types, and that generally the events should be open to the entire community. Those are sort of the two of the key principles off the top that I can recall from our policy. Beyond that, you've kind of hit it on the head. We're always looking to make sure that we're not directly contributing to a business, other than in some broader economic development concept. And I also will remind council that we have a BIA and Chamber of Commerce as well, who would probably partner with this type of event quite well.
We have been in talks with the Chamber of Commerce. They really helped us out. I think also too, like these funds aren't for our personal use. It's to actually put back in the economy. So we're back into the industry. So we want to have like a map that actually showcases all local suppliers or supporters. So when somebody comes into any establishment, they can actually pull away, okay, I can buy, Kefir water at Nesters, or even like for Peggy over at Frostbite. She doesn't have like a brick and mortar location, but we can actually help her, like her sales by pushing people to where they're sold. So actually you have a map of Squamish that actually highlights all the places, and then on the back have address of each of the SCBA members.
Now, is this meant to be a ticketed event?
It's a ticketed event.
Yeah.
So the $10 would go back into the coffer. So we have a plan to have a membership of $120 for a member, and then $180 for associate members, which would be other businesses, which would help put on this event. And then from there, we use that money going forward to help create other events. Like we've been in talks with the library about doing a Books and Brews. So yeah,
They used
it's,
to do it all the time, it was great.
yeah, I feel like they said it sounded like a really good event. So like we went to try and partner with them. So they met with us 3 months ago now. So I'd like to try and do like more events like that, and maybe do like an adult tasting as well. So maybe like just so no children, but actually have like a fun kind of mixed education
And
beverage.
so, within the community enhancement, there's the grants and aid, which is, if we have a facility, we waive fees, and so,
Sweet.
for example, if you wanted to use Junction Park, Pavilion Park, that would be a separate piece. I can't remember if there's, I guess if you don't know your venue yet, you don't know if it's.
We're waiting to hear back from the Adventure.
The Adventure
Center,
Center,
yeah.
and we own the Adventure Center, but it's managed through a
Yeah,
corporation,
that's-
so
yeah.
it's flow-through money. So, but generally, from that point of view, council's pretty understanding of waiving for grant and aid for use of our
Yeah.
facilities. But we will, it was really, I think we wanted to know more about the association, so that's why
Totally.
we asked you to come in.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
not to get it confused with the beer festival, which is.
Oh, totally
completely
separate, yeah.
Type of thing. So really appreciate you coming in. I just want to, from the council, see if there's any more questions. I don't see any right now, but
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
We're gonna-
Appreciate it.
We're deliberating all these this afternoon, so we just, it was great. that you came in.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me.
Give us the information.
Cheers. Enjoy your day.
Awesome, thanks, Mark.
Thanks.
Next up, Steve Quain, Preston University, Councillor Elliott.
I have to declare conflict for this presentation because I have a contract with.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us this morning.
You good?
It's been good. We've got a little history. We've got some art, a little craft beverage. Just putting together a
Never a dull
little
moment in council
liberal
day.
arts and sciences university here. So we're going to talk about some science.
Awesome.
And so who we are, some professors and students from Quest University Canada. Dustin Wales here is one of our students. Colin Bates, another professor, a botany professor. I'm a geology professor. And we have another professor who's, we call him the bird nerd, Torveen. And we're together, we're starting to use UAVs in our research. And we're getting up to speed and sort of at the forefront of doing this legally. We're not cowboying it out here, just flying around doing whatever we want. We're in compliance with Transport Canada, and we've already gotten a SFOC, so a Special Flights Operations Certificate for the estuary here in Squamish. And we've been doing a little bit of work down there that we'd like to show you. And what we've proposed to do is expand that and make it a really nice resource for the community, because the estuary is certainly a special place, as we all know. A lot of pressure on the estuary in the past, and in the future, I imagine, see things in the newspaper about the spit and different ideas floating around. And so we think we can really contribute to the community with some high-resolution data from the estuary, and we can actually make very high-resolution 3D model that can be used by anybody. The data would be available to look at. Essentially, we have a really good baseline data set. So Squamish could be a leader in having these baseline environmental monitoring where you have the highest quality available, and that will increase as the technology gets better and better. This UAV industry is really ramping up at light speed. And I think thinking about Hardwired for Adventure, it's really kind of fits nicely in there. A lot of people using the estuary for different reasons. And so some of the things that we can provide are this high resolution data sets, 1.8 centimeter per pixel. And we'll show you some of the resolution we can get compared to kind of a Google Earth image, and also compared to what I think is a really good web map site that the district has. We use that at Quest all the time as a resource, and it's quite good. And we could imagine having our models integrated into that map, and people being able to do their own analysis.
Are you talking about our GIS map or our open data portal?
I went in, and this one says, "What I want to do this," and you can choose the different options. Yeah, and so I think it's the GIS system, and there's already some habitat zones and stuff in there. And I think one of the things that we're really excited about is flying with a payload that has a multispectral camera or infrared camera. And there's this NDVI methodology, a standard methodology, where you can look at vegetation health. And so if we take the old log sort, for example, that's something, if you do serial images, time-lapse images, you're starting to see, is it recovering compared to other grasslands or shrubbery in the estuary? And I think we could have a really high-resolution data set there that the district could leverage if there's any construction or anything's going through, a pipeline going through there or something like that, not relying on having to hire a corporation to come in and make the baseline data set first. And so we think we can really contribute there. And I thought we could show you what we've been doing down there under our operations certificate. And we have it up here on the screen, but also Colin's going to come around with an iPad so you can just see right there the really high quality resolution. So if you can zoom out a bit, Dustin. And so we've done a relatively small area. If you want to just start, just to show an image. We've done a relatively small area where that icon is in this image. And you can see the estuary going certainly to the north and then down to the tidal area and perhaps out on the spit as well if we would want to consider that. One of the things we really want to do is make this just state-of-the-art, and we would want to do this more or less all at the same time. So over a few-hour time window, and that's where we're asking for the funding to do it. Because if you go in one day, you can fly a couple of these transects, and based on our battery power and things like that, we're limited. But if we were able to get several crews out there and do all of this in a short time window, it would increase the resolution, because the light would be very similar and we would have exactly the same conditions in order to use this as a baseline data set. That would be kind of as good of it as it gets. And what we're proposing is to do that for quite a low cost. And we also see this as the beginning of a partnership where a low and no cost continuation of these images to see how the estuary evolves with time, and having our professors and students involved in scientific questions and collaborating with the Watershed Society and the Streamkeepers and those groups to really take care of this special place and make sure that the right information is out there. And so I just thought we would just a short introduction, and then if people have questions, I'm certainly willing to entertain those.
If I can just point out that what's going around is...
Yeah, come sit down just because the microphone's on the table.
What's going around is a mission that we flew 2 days ago. So it gives you the sense that we can do things really quickly. And also it's a higher resolution, a much higher resolution than what is on your GIS portal or on Google Earth. And it's a very data-rich product that we can produce. So Dustin, I think, is just loading up a 3D model, but if on this thing that's going around there's a button that says elevation, you can see at very fine resolution the different elevations of, you can measure the height of individual trees. We can look over time to see the way the water courses are changing, the way the coarse woody debris is moving. There's a tremendous amount of potential, as Steve outlined, to do things at a high resolution very quickly over time.
Thanks, Councillor Flanagan,
Yeah, that's great. So, can you pick out plant species?
Certainly. The resolution that we're flying at is in 1.8 centimeters. So depending on what time of year it is, if we flew in the summer, it's much easier than it is.
So we eventually have a robot flying it?
Yeah, the speed at which this industry is moving forward, it's undoubtable.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting if you can track invasive species.
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
and this stuff paired with ground truthing, I think, would make it very possible to work on this. And Dustin's zooming over. This is the 3D model.
This is the 2D model.
The 2D model, so you can see you can pick out individual rocks.
Yeah. Well, zoom in. Is this the closest you can zoom in?
Yeah, if you look at the iPad that's coming your way as well.
Yeah.
The resolution of that, those machines is probably...
Right, it's limited by the projector.
Now, do you have facial recognition in there?
No, and actually in our operations we're very cautious about including people in the pictures, and we have a pilot in charge and also a visual observer who would talk to everybody that we encounter to let them know what's coming from.
Yeah, I know it's just incredible that the miners are using it now looking for ore. And,
sorry, is this where is this the...
see the bridge there.
The old Logsford site?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it'll make a few jobs disappear, but it'll create a few more. But tracking
Councillor
invasives is a really big thing.
Councillor Strauss.
Thanks. This is, I love this technology. I'm wondering if you have a set of benchmark questions that you're proposing to answer or publish on in the future as far as like developing a hypothesis around the estuary lands and actually resolving it with the use of the drone. And I find it really interesting looking at the estuary I wish we had benchmarked before we had actually done the restoration, because the measuring now is based on having a hypothesis before that didn't quite get benchmarked or tracked. So I think this is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, just to answer your question about things that we could look at, with the 3D model, you can actually export this to a 3D rendering program and then look at the digital elevation model and look at water flow that can be, that moves through the estuary. We can also, we talked the other day about calculating how much water actually comes into the estuary based on the digital elevation model. And then looking at how much of a tidal increase would result in some of the structures being breached. It's possible to do that with this. So we can simulate different scenarios of sea level rise in the estuary.
And also having this sort of fast response time, I was amazed. We were out on the sound in Colin's boat, and the amount of wood in the Howe Sound just got me thinking about the Squamish River is an amazing system, and just thinking about sediment transport through here, and you have the spit and the effect of that, and you could have an imageries and the day after a big flood. And
how about urban environment? Can you track permeable surfaces, and would you be able to transport this sort of technology and look at the community as a whole and look at permeable surfaces as far as being able to measure what is actual permeable surface and how much we have and calculate surface area?
I think so. What we're getting soon is this multispectral camera, and so part of our research plan is to start overlaying certain channels, and if the nice thing about that is we can perfectly ground truth it with a shovel to see what we're looking at and compare that to the GSC map of Squamish that was quite well done, the landslide and surface geology map. And so I think we can expand sort of proof of concept in the estuary with a bunch of cool scientific questions and student projects, and then we can imagine partnering with the district to, are there problem spots, are there interesting research questions that we can put together, and we have, all the compliance with Transport Canada is an important thing in this industry right now, and we've worked hard on that. So I think it could be we see it going into the future as a nice partnership with publicly available data that could really enhance how the town develops.
That is awesome and exciting.
Councillor Kent and Councillor.
Just a quick question. What camera? Not a quick question, that's a follow-up. But what camera are you using to get that resolution?
So yeah, what was this?
This is a 4K one. This is the standard on the DJI Phantom is a 4K 1-inch
That's
sensor.
what I thought it was at least 4K.
Yeah, and the one that we'll be using on our larger size drone is actually 1 1.25 inches, and it's a 4K camera as well, but it does get higher resolution from a higher elevation. So we can actually expand how far we're taking our photos and speed up the process.
Right. It's amazing. I think something like this would really benefit by understanding the estuary health for one over time. I think that's terrific, and I think having shared data as chair of the Digital Strategy Committee, I think having this kind of data in our open portals to be shared is terrific, and also the fact that we're working with Quest on this to have some scientific input from your students and sharing that data is fantastic.
And beyond the plant health, something that we're really interested from this kind of data is understanding the sediment flow and transport through the estuary. Especially using the larger size UAVs, we can get a better understanding of where that sediment is landing and how it's transporting through the estuary.
And I think there's some far-reaching implications for this that Susan brought up. Like anywhere, once something like this is completed, what's the next thing we can look at too, right? Fly over the entire community.
And
it might take a little while.
Well, and in doing this, we hope to develop standard operating procedures that other people, other scientists, other individuals that are looking to do research should follow. We want to understand, perhaps what is the effect of UAVs on avian wildlife in the area. We want to know if you're approaching at different angles, at different speeds, do they see that as an aggressive character, and how do they react, and how does that affect the estuary? We think that between us, as long as we're maintaining the idea that we have to write down our standard operating procedures and how they should operate, we can develop that for other users.
And even to somebody like our friends from Sorky here, being able to see, from an altitude what trails, how trails are wearing and where, and how vegetation is growing over those trails. Mark, anyway.
So I would like council to, we could geek out for hours on this, I'm sure. But we are way over time now, we've got lots to do. I've got Councillor Race, and then I've got Councillor Pryor, and I've got Councillor Chappelle, and I'm gonna keep Councillor Pryor and Councillor Chappelle to like 30 seconds. So you do need to move on.
So I've got, what, half an hour?
You've got a minute and a half to go.
No, and it's a quick question. What is the area? You say the estuary, but is that the wildlife management area? I mean, the estuary itself goes way over to include the Blind Channel, technically, I think.
Well, yeah, so
Sorry,
what we're considering for colloquially is the estuary in our proposal is, you have it outlined there.
There.
So that's going from sort of the waterfront there at the spit, goes back to what's a landmark?
Pretty much the wildlife management area.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's 565 hectares.
Yeah, it's pretty much the world.
I'm finished, thank you.
Yeah, you just imposed this on our map, right? This is our map.
This is the Google.
Oh, this is Google map?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just outline the area just.
Thank you. I'm wondering, I'm pretty sure you already know this, but just like you mentioned writing down the methods. Is this your Keystone project?
Sorry?
Is this your Keystone project?
It's part of it, yes, but this is actually more just my self-interest.
Does it, so you're, as far as methods, writing everything down so that it can be transferable once you guys, I'm not sure if you're visiting professors, or, so that everything, it stays in the community and gets transferred to them.
We also have we've been working with one of the leaders in the industry, Indoor Robotics, to develop these standard operating procedures both for us and also for leaders in the industry. Ledcor Canada they use our program for integrating UAVs into their workflow, and we'd like to see the Squamish municipality take on that kind of format for making sure that people that are operating are following the laws and regulations.
Thank you.
This is very cool. And we're going to deliberate on the grants made late after, we're going to break the lunch in a minute after circa. But I also think there's so many value-added pieces to this in terms of really creating more of a fundamental relationship with Quest and its students and its faculty, and actually using Squamish as a place to ground truth problem solving that can be then expanded to other places, I think is one of the fundamental benefits of having a university like Quest and Squamish, and its innovative approach to pedagogy and those type of things, I think fits in really well. So that's awesome. Probably great, and you may have already done this, but make sure you're communicating with some of the Watershed Society, Squamish Environmental Society, perhaps present to the Squamish History Management Committee when it meets again. Just even the Squamish terminals to sort of talk about, there's probably a list of others, making sure that we're benchmarking what we would need to benchmark and actually being able to use that data to actually create foundations for decisions and progress in the future. So I'm sure you guys are all on that, but it sounds really, really interesting. And of course, I think our staff are kind of thinking, okay, how do we use this now? How does this integrate into some of our mapping and decision making in the future, whether it's hazard assessment to flooding assessments to, I think there's a lot of spin-off potential or benefit from our decision making points as well. So really exciting. Thank you so much for coming, and appreciate the extra information. What we're doing today is getting more information from some of those new projects that it's hard to read off the paper and really understand.
For sure.
So
Thank you.
appreciate your time.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And just before we break, we're going to invite Mark up. Welcome.
Thanks.
You got a minute and a half.
Minus
I hope no one's
23.
hungry.
Minus 23, yeah.
Take your time. We have cookies on the table.
Can I just put a USB
Attention passes.
presentation?
The left side, or
Afraid to touch them.
it's easier.
I had one on them yesterday and I think I ate about the third.
You wonder where they all went.
Well, thanks for inviting us in, Patty and everyone. My name's Jeff Cook, is president of SORCA. This, just to keep it easy for everyone, is Jeff Norman. So if you just say Jeff, your odds of success are 100%. We also have Doug Topp, who is the regional director for IMBA, and AJ Strawson, who is the executive director for IMBA of all of Canada. And we're lucky enough he's a local guy.
Awesome.
Yeah, IMBA is the International Mountain Biking Association. So they
Not just the trail.
they lead, yes, and they lead some really innovative programs and have their finger on the pulse of what the cutting edge industry of mountain biking is doing. And so they are also very tuned into what's happening in other communities in relation to funding models and what works. So they're really nice resources to have. As you may recall, 2017 was SORCA's 25th anniversary year, and it was, I would say, our best year ever. We had the biggest attendance at our events. We had greater inclusiveness and a lot more females riding. We had real growth in the women's only ride led by Marianne Taylor. We had a kids Toonie series started up. So those are all great things. We opened our crowdfunded, so we rose crowdfunded to $130,000 about a year and a bit ago. We opened that trail this year, so that was another 9 kilometers of trails. On top of that, we had 4 other volunteer-built trails open up this year, so that's adding another probably 7 or 8 kilometers of trail. We broke ground on a new jump park happening in Squamish, so we've had a lot of activity happening. We've got a lot of volunteers, very, very busy all the time. Our membership this year soared. We've been putting on great events. The social rides have been the biggest growth, and we've just seen more and more people coming out to the events because they're great, but also supporting what we're doing because I think, as you know from all the feedback that's in the OCP, I mean, trails and mountain biking is integral with being a Squamish resident. So what we're asking for is an increase of 10,000 to 85,000. We're at 75, and just to give you guys, just to remind, SORCA splits this. Our trail crew works in cooperation with STS and SDBA. So we get about 60% of that revenue. So of the 85, I think it works out to about 50,000 that goes to maintaining the single track mountain bike trails. But the other money goes to maintaining some dirt bike trails and more of the trail stuff, which is a lot of brushing out. And Jeff will get into exactly what happens there. So that's just as a reminder, because sometimes we think all the money goes to SORCA and it's not quite accurate. So why an increase? Obviously, we know, we did the economic impact study earlier this year. We know the trails, the population is growing. There's a lot planned in the next little bit. We had in 2016, 181% more tourist mountain bikers compared to the previous economic impact study was 2006. More importantly, 500% increase in the number of overnight visitors coming to Squamish compared to what it was 10 years ago. So that's huge. But it's a lot of wear and tear on the trails, and right now, the majority of that falls on the volunteers. We know trails are incredibly important to a large percentage population. In the OCP feedback, 82% said it was important or very important to them. But really, when we look at it, we're playing catch up now. The trails have become so popular over the last 5 years and increased, so many new visitors. We are really playing catch up. We think from our analysis that if we had, and this is just SORCA maintaining mountain bike trails, we think the right level of budget is about $150,000 in just maintenance. So that doesn't include new builds. So that's kind of where our heads are at in terms of that's where we think we need to get to. I know that, and there are models where that happens and where the municipalities or regional districts are partners. I know on the November 28th meeting was reported back of what's happening in Rossland. I just want to clarify that a little bit. Rossland is committed to giving a grant and aid of $20,000, the city of Rossland, but the regional district, Kootenay boundary, has a memo of understanding with the Trail Association and is giving $80,000. So the combination of the two is $100,000. And that memo of understanding is how it is for that trail organization to maintain and take care of and plan the trails. And in addition, so they do have a full-time staff person that's their operations manager that does some trail work, applies for grants and finds other money. Normally they're able to come up with another $100,000 in grants on top of that. So in a town like Rossland, which they're pulling together about 200 grand in revenue for mountain biking, 100 of that is coming from governments, regional district and Rossland. So and that's, if you need any more information, like both Doug and AJ are wealths of information. They've got all the detailed facts, are very tuned in with those operations people that are on the ground working this. So with that, the grant and aid this year, depending on how you guys want to play it, like obviously we need to keep the funding going. But what I would love to start thinking about is another model for funding for SORCA, and not necessarily tax dollars, but when you think about what the economic impact study said, $10 million are coming into tourist-related businesses every year into Squamish, right? 50% of that 10 million is going to hotels and restaurants. So, we're trying to find a way that they can make a fair contribution of that 10 million. Perhaps 50,000 could come back to SORCA in some mechanism, and I don't know what that is. But SORCA always, last year our members and through donations and grants pulled in about $78,000 in our money into the trail system, and that doesn't count the volunteer labor and trail builders. That's just the cash that we put in. So we're still committed to delivering that kind of money because our memberships are way up, our membership revenue is way up, and so we can pour more money back into the trails. But we want the other people that are benefiting from the trails to feel more compulsion to donate, I guess, or however that mechanism could be. But I think that's where we need to go in the future. The consequence, like every great tourism asset, if you're not putting money into investing in the infrastructure and you're only paying money into the advertising and drawing people into the place, eventually people don't show up anymore because things start to degrade. So we need to keep track, keep pace with the amount of stress that our trail network feels to keep it tip-top shape. We know Whistler's investing. They just announced another 23 kilometers of trails that Vail Resorts is going to put in there. So, they have their eye on mountain biking as a destination activity, and right now SORCA has been leading the way, but we want to stay in that #1 spot and even make it better so that Squamish is the place to come to ride mountain bikes, right? So with that said, I'm going to pass it off to Jeff, and he's going to share what he's been doing. He's our director of trail maintenance. He's led the build that happened up on Diamond Head, which was an enormous project, and he's done an outstanding job in managing the trail crew that we have.
Yeah, great. I just wanted to basically do a little review of what we've done this year from a trails maintenance perspective. I know people always like to see where exactly money is going to. So this year was our biggest year yet for trail maintenance. Combined nearly 3,400 hours. That's up to this morning on trail. They're out there actually today as well, working on 67 different trails. There's a little note about the team that's leading the trail maintenance program. So I'm a volunteer on the board, and I do a lot of the relationship work with landowners, other trail builders, prioritizing a bunch of the human resources work. And then we also have James Ivory, who's our on the ground leader, and he does a lot of day-to-day work, dealing with logistics, stuff that I really just don't have time to do. there's three main pillars of our maintenance program. The first is woodwork repair and replacement. There's cedar-built bridges all throughout our trail network, both on private and crown land. These eventually rot. Most of them are built by volunteers who, some knew what they're doing, some didn't know what they're doing. So we've been going through the trails and replacing them. Some look, I should have got a picture of some before shots up there because you know, a lot of them, you know, were not safe, and it's really important if we want to maintain landowner access is to continue to have a safe trail network. So this is a huge part of our tasks. The next is drainage and dirt work. It obviously rains a lot here. So what will happen is depending on how a trail is built, rain will run directly down the trail and scrape all the dirt off the trail, leaving just roots and rocks. I mean, which is great for some trails, but they'll get to the point where they're not rideable or walkable at all. So we have to constantly put new drainage in, and that solves that problem. The third pillar is brushing. This mainly focuses in trails that are through places that have been logged. The undergrowth will grow up, and eventually you won't be able to go through the trail at all. So we did a lot of work brushing this year. Specifically, a lot of work on SDBA trails, brushing. Jeff mentioned earlier, I work with Matt Parker from the STS and Ed Alder from the SDBA to help prioritize some of those their projects. We work together on timing, and then Sorka takes care of all the HR, the safety aspects of things. So some results. These are two of our most popular trails, Rupert and Man-Boobs. They're intermediate level trails that were built by volunteers. So around 2014, they were really starting to show a lot of stress because they were getting ridership that was 10 times what they're designed to. So they were just piles of roots and rocks and becoming unrideable. So 2015, we put a ton of hours into these trails. And you'll see once we get to the point where we can bring a trail up to a certain standard, the following years require much less work to get it to the same level. One of the most exciting things this summer is we were able to work with the Squamish First Nation. I worked with Devin Williams in their education and training division to get 2 Squamish First Nation members on our trail crew. So we got a grant for this where they got funding through the federal government. And that was the easy part. The difficult part was finding the right fit for our trail crew. And so we're really excited for this. One of the biggest important things to have this program implemented is to have experienced trail crew members who can act as responsible adults for these young members. So that was really great. We have a relationships ongoing, and I'm in touch with Devin a fair bit, and we're always looking for more ways to integrate the Squamish Nation into our programs, because a lot of our trails are on their private land and of course all in their traditional territory. So our paid trail crew is only only a fraction of the effort, the solution to the puzzle. So we have we had a bunch of trail days as well. Spider-Man was out. Some corporations also helped. The BC Bike Race came out and hosted a trail days for as well, and this is something we want to expand this year. But the volunteer efforts is still such a huge part, aside from managing the trail crew, but just individuals out there maintaining our trails is such a huge part of keeping our trails world class. So 2018, we have some goals. We would like to increase that number of trails, the 67 number, up to about 100 trails. Squamish has about 200 trails throughout the districts that we could work on. We need to get some excavator hours on some of our machine-built trails. It gets to a point where if there's 5 workers with wheelbarrows and shovels, it's not quick enough. So we need an excavator on several days. And then the Hoods in the Woods trail has been affected by logging currently, so we have to do some rerouting work on that. which is in addition to what we normally do. This is just a quick outline of our proposed budget for the year. We found one of the things we've learned is that through summer months, it's good to have some people on, but we can actually, because of fire bans and machine operating limits, we can actually outrun our, we can run out of work because we can't use power tools. So we have a smaller crew on in the summer and then a large crew on during the winter and fall months with a little break in the winter. That's it.
Awesome, thank you. I have Councilor Chappelle and Councilor Riggs.
Thanks. Does Whistler, first of all, thank you for all the work. It's crazy. I love the work that you do on the trails here. It's quite amazing. And you spoke quite extensively of tourism, but our local community, I consider it a healthcare asset in our community. And looking at it just as tourism doesn't excite me as much as encouraging our local community to actually get outside and having them maintained like you guys do is an incredible all-year-round asset. I think we're one of the only communities that can have mountain biking all year round and 24/7 now with people riding with lights. It's amazing. I'm interested in how we can facilitate a full-time position and other communities in, does Whistler have a trail coordinator as well?
Yeah, if it's okay, can I invite AJ?
Yeah,
I
I don't want to get too off topic. We're
Yeah.
we're way over time. It is going to be part of the conversation after lunch.
Okay.
I'd like to focus in on the partnership, on the
Okay.
grant piece of it now.
Okay.
Otherwise, it will be
Yeah.
widely.
We are, well, just as a matter, I mean, we have allocated a budget for next year to actually hire a kind of executive director paid role for SORCA, and we're funding that from our membership and what we've kind of squirreled away. But the ideal, because we need that now, we just don't have enough volunteer manpower with our board. Like, things are slipping through the cracks, particularly when it comes to grant applications and things like that. And there's just a lot more workload now than there was in the past. So we're looking to put that position up to advertise it and hopefully have someone on sometime in the spring. But yes, ideally, like is happening in other communities, that person might work for SORCA, but as I said, in Rosslyn, they have an agreement where they work in partnership as a kind of, the Trail Society is responsible for these things in a memo of understanding, and we give you this money to do your job. And that relationship, much the same as, say, Tourism Squamish or Chamber of Commerce here, executive director and board managed, I think could work well at just even with SORCA.
Thanks. Have you approached the regional district?
We have in the past. I've done it like 4 years ago or so, 5 and 4 years ago, and they come back with, we can give you 2 or 3 or 4,000, but not anything like what we're looking at.
And just some history on that is the Whistler, the WORCA has gone to the regional district too, and basically we've got the same response, and the regional district's point of view is it should be municipalities leading it, and that's fundamentally where the tourism money is being spent, is in the communities. So anyway, that just perspective on where the regional district has been on this issue.
And the reason I say that, I know I've been in council for a few years, and we've gone through this process of trying to deal with it, and I've heard from SORCA, I hear from every election campaign, actually, I hear from SORCA on this point about some other model other than the grant and aid process. And one of the restraints we've had, or the challenges as a municipal government, has been the fact that a lot of these trails are actually outside the municipality. And so we're spending money outside the municipality. But it occurred to me when you were talking that if we partnered up with the regional district, put funding aside for a moment, who contributes what, but then we're contributing to a partnership, and I'm kind of thinking out loud now, and so staff will probably jump in if I'm sort of going offline, but then we're contributing to a partnership, which is sort of an inside-outside project, if you like, and it might not be the same challenge. So it may be something we want to look at. We're looking for a different model because I don't think, unless we go that way, there's something like that. There is a different model. We tried to canvas that before. So if we want to get to kind of a budget line as opposed to being one of the applicants in the grant award process, I think we want to draw them into that. So I'll raise that with the regional area director. Coincidentally, I'm going to see him tomorrow. So, but that might be one of the ways to go. And then it's a matter, if we're both partners, then we'll see how much money we can get out of them. That's sort of the secondary aspect to it.
Yeah, again, thanks for coming. It's always, since you handle, speaking something, but I'll get you. It's always great to get the update because it just seems like you take the small amount of money we contribute and really leverage it to an amazing asset, health asset. There's 2 people who go to hospital too because of nothing. But it's a cultural aspect, it's recreation, it's obviously tourism, economic development. So we do really see a huge value in the trails. And as you know, Council over the years has tried to invest more and more and more and really see it as a community asset, regardless if it's in the regional district, regardless if it's not on lands that we own, and really embrace it and figure out creative ways of funding it. And this is one of them, this partnership. I've always thought that, you know, at some point it's probably a good idea for Squamish to look into the RMI funding and actually get some sort of either regional resort status or resort municipality status, because there's potentially millions of dollars, and that's a lot of how Whistler funds a lot of its trail network, including the Quarter Trail, or what do they call it, Valley Trail, and there's some of their bigger facilities within the trail system. So, you know, that's something that we may start to look at as our tourism industry sort of becomes a real going concern, and I think it probably is there, that may be some funding. Not sure how sustainable that funding is because the government hasn't really committed beyond, I think, this spring, that funding, but that may be a way of sort of moving your funding options into a different level in the future. Just something to maybe put above in everybody's ear. I certainly think the investment is well spent, and I think I would like to see a graduated way of sort of moving it up. And I think that's what you sort of presented today is really we need the investment to be 150 grand. How do we incrementally sort of get there instead of having sort of a big impact on a taxation year? So having a bit of strategy to get there, and having a strategy to get there not just on property tax dollars but some other funding sources is, I think, what we work together on moving forward. As I said with the Arts Council, you guys build trails better than we do. You guys get out there, can leverage volunteers and better than we can. And so from our point of view, if we can achieve our goals through a partnership, that's the best way to deliver some of this stuff. So with that said, I do have Councillor Elliott and Councillor Chappelle, and then Councillor Pryor, and then we are going to break for lunch. Councillor Elliott.
So, I mean, given that this afternoon we're going to talk about partnership with Arts Council, and that really is to provide them with the ability to hire someone and leverage what they can do in the community, where do we have the conversation about different models for having a partnership with SORCA?
Well, that's essentially how the Arts Council is modeling their funding after what we already do with SORCA, in a sense.
No. We're going to have a partnership, $45,000 partnership with them, and then they get a grant made for doing the stuff that they do. SORCA gets a grant made. And what I think we're talking about is trying to find a model whereby they can put some more resources behind their organization so it's not just volunteer driven, like the Arts Council.
It's not just, they pay people to do the trail maintenance. It's not just all.
No, to run the organization.
To run the organization.
So that's what the Arts Council is trying to do, is to elevate themselves to a level where they can put staff people in place to allow the volunteers to be directors, to be strategic, not always in the business, so that person can start leveraging more funds and building the program. And so if we're doing that with the direction with the Arts Council, I'm wondering where the conversation comes in so that we have the same type of conversation for a sort. I think
I think that's where it's going, and that's sort of where its trajectory has been for a while. I don't necessarily think we want to just take one model and cookie cutter it, fit another. It has to be, SORCA has to sort of figure out where they want to go with this.
I know, but I'm cognizant of the fact that we have people here that can speak to those models. And if we don't use them today, now, and hear about those models, we're going to lose that opportunity. And I know, perhaps it's not in this budget, but I would still, I know we're behind. I would still really like to hear what those models are, because I want to move this forward.
Okay. You have any of that?
Well, I think our ideal would actually be a step up. I mean, you know, we know what needs to get done, and we can get things humming, you know, within 3 months. We can have someone hired and going. Like we have the job description ready to go. So it, like that piece of it's going. There's no shortage of work that needs to be done. One option that might work is if we kind of say, okay, the 85,000 for the grant and aid is in as a for now, but I would like, say, maybe set a timeline over the next 2 to 3 months, work out a model that, you know, and my thinking is always, how do we get the people who are benefiting the most from this asset to contribute, right? So, you know, our volunteers and the people who use this trails are throwing in money. What I would like to see is to see a mechanism where Tourism Squamish or the hotels, or, you know, from some kind of tax is also pitching in money, and then the district is pitching in money. So that how it might look is SORCA is saying we'll allocate 50 or 60 grand, 60 from the district of Squamish, 60 from tourism operators, and how that happens, I don't exactly know how you pry the money from their hands, but we've got to find a way, I think, and I think where I'd look for your support is to find that pressure point of like, okay, well, you guys need to support these guys because they're putting money in your pockets every year, $10 million. So how do you want to support them, right? And maybe give them the option. But if we can in 3 months find a way that makes it so that we don't need the grant and aid and we can just do a swap. So yeah, it's in the budget for now, but if we find another model, you can have the 85 back and we'll find this other model and away we go. And then that shortcuts it. Otherwise, it's just waiting till the next budget cycle a year from now, and which will still be okay, but that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Thanks. Councilor Shaw.
Thanks. I like the tourism model. I don't understand why. I know that staff explained, Christine, you had explained why we couldn't use the tourism tax, but I couldn't really find a model if it was provincial or if it was like, if the tourism tax.
Are you talking about the hotel tax?
Yeah, the hotel tax.
So I'm sorry,
Or
I
if there's a
recall
model of
describing that,
tourism
but
tax.
hotel tax is got specified purposes, obviously, under the act.
Can we
And it's
re-specify?
It is provincial legislation.
Can we add additional municipal taxes to Atlantic and call it a tourism tax?
Not to my knowledge, no. I'd have to research that more, but as far as I'm concerned, any legislation I've shown, we're quite limited on our taxation.
And that's why I voted the RMI tax, because that is a tax that you can actually put towards trails and other tourism assets. So I think that's a more likely.
But how about, like, all our money from the tourism tax goes into Tourism Squamish in order to bring people here? If mountain biking is actually bringing people here, can we manipulate that into a split or some sort of way to get that out and say, you know, mountain biking as a tourism driver is actually bringing people here, and the tax needs to support the assets that the tourists are using, not just advertising?
So I think that's a conversation with Tourism Squamish. We have an agreement with them, and we flow the hotel tax directly to them. So I think, that's one of the notes I've put down is there a way to restructure how we deal with Tourism Squamish? And we can certainly look at MOUs for whether or not we support a trail coordinator or something along that line. As I've indicated before, my only concern with direct partnership on maintaining trails is most of those trails are not district lands. So we're basically contracting for someone to go onto other people's lands and maintain trails. So that's been my sensitivity around how we structure this.
Right.
But there's some other options that we can certainly discuss as a group if there's interest in pursuing this.
Something to keep in mind, my understanding of the legislation for the hotel tax is that it goes directly to a DMO. The DMO is very restricted on what they can spend the money on too. So we do provide a $50,000 subsidy to Tourism Squamish, but fundamentally it's still tax dollars, whether they're being funneled through Tourism Squamish to Sorka or vice versa, it's all the same pot. So I think what you're trying to talk about is other, I mean,
Yeah,
we've got
other
property
means.
tax, but we have to lobby the provincial government to change the legislation,
Absolutely.
which may be a longer.
Or if that $50,000, if the hotel tax, if the hotels are full now and the tax covers their expenses, maybe we look at pulling the $50,000 out and putting it into.
Yeah, we're getting,
trails.
yeah, well, we're gonna have a conversation with Tourism Squamish as we move forward too, so but we can have that conversation, but we really have to move on. You're next, and then I'm gonna cut the conversation.
Well, I'm just gonna try and cut it short because there's too much here to talk about right now, and I'd really like to listen to the international trail guy, and we're rushing this through. Why do we not put this on an agenda and deal with it where we got some time to talk about it? This is too frustrating, listening to this conversation and not being allowed to ask questions. So
Well, you just spent 30 seconds not asking a question, so ask a question.
well, I'd like to talk to the fellow that's there, that's
So what would you like to ask him?
some of the models from other towns and
Yeah,
how we
great.
move it forward.
Thank
I mean,
you. Yeah,
So,
articulate it for us.
The community of Roslyn that Jeff mentioned earlier has a really good relationship with the local trail association there. That trail association was actually created from a working group that the town of Roslyn decided we need a better way to invest in trails. And so that's where that association started with. The model that they used to get funding through the regional district is called the Generalized Service Agreement. And so they get $80,000 per year from the regional district. There are very few strings attached to that funding. And I think that the way that they structured it is it's actually the same as the way that they fund any of their other services, so their fire services and anything else like that. So it's recognized that the KCTS delivers a service to the citizens of the area, and this is through the regional district. And then in partnership with the city of Roslyn, they get that $20,000 source as well. And that's every 3 years, they go through a grant and aid process. So it gives them a little bit more time between reapplications. And again, they just demonstrate to the community, these are the benefits that we provide, very similar to the conversation that we're having here. I think what Stuart, the general operations manager of the KCTS, recognizes is that the strength in his organization is the fact that he can pay people to come in and do work. They still do extensive volunteering, and Sorka will never stop doing extensive volunteering, even with paid staff. But that core of people who are paid really raises the level of core competency of everybody involved, everybody who's doing work. And so I think that that's one of the really important things that's recognized, is that the funding that they get from the RD and from the city go directly to pay for those positions, for people to do work. Insurance was mentioned earlier, and also the fact that trail work is being done outside of the jurisdiction of these areas. And both the city and the regional district recognize that, that those funds are going directly towards trails that are not within their municipality or not within their area. There are some instances where they are. In those instances, they'll be named as on the insurance policy, named insured. But for work that's taken place outside of the land where they have jurisdiction, they're not named insured. They just require that the KCTS carry adequate insurance for trails that's outside of that area. This is one of the longest standing models that we have in this province, and it's been really successful. The Shuswap Trails Alliance is very similar. They modeled it after the Kootenai Columbia Trail Society. So it's been a really effective program for them.
Just follow up on the regional district piece. Is it funded through a particular area, like a electoral area, or is it funded through a general fund? Do you know the specific mechanism in the regional district?
Yeah, it's funded through electoral block A, which is Kootenai Boundary is a huge regional district, so it's actually a subdivision of a subdivision, and so there's one person that's in charge of those relationships.
And so, are there a couple municipalities within that electoral area?
Yes, there are. So there's the city of
Roslyn. There's also trail. There's also Christina Lake. The majority of the trail work takes place within Roslyn, mostly because of access issues. The other really unique thing is that part of the KCTS's history was that there's a lot of private landowners. They have agreements with over 27 different landowners in the area. So just having somebody in charge of maintaining all those relationships was a big driver behind creating the association in the first place.
Staff. I feel like we have this SORCA conversation every year. And I want to try and see if we can move it just a little bit further in this budget cycle. So what I'm wondering is it possible to put a fee-for-service contract in this year's budget for $15,000 so that SORCA could hire someone to do the work, to figure out the funding model, to do the liaison with our economic development staff, Tourism Squamish, other associations, and figure out the model for Squamish so that coming into the next budget cycle, we know how to structure this so it's sustainable for SORCA. It meets our economic development goals. And you guys, when you hire your executive director or whatever in the spring, you've got a model to run with. Does that help? I don't know. And can we do it?
So through the chair, obviously council can do what you like, honestly. But one of the things that I like that I'm hearing more is if they're actually purchasing that person and we're entering some kind of agreement for that person, then we're starting to help with our risk mitigation in the community. So there could be arguments for that type of service for contract. In the past, it's been a little better to be arm's length and to let SORCA do and organize as they want to. We're not as connected because we don't have that partnership agreement, so we're not as quick to be pulled to the table. So that's why we just ask for the kind of hands-off. So I'm not sure if you could also restructure your community grant policy and look at other reasons you might give multiple year grants. So that's another option for you. So I think there's options here. If council's interested in exploring them more, we're happy to look at that, obviously. I'm a mountain biker myself. I'm happy to support SORCA.
It comes down to resourcing for me and just finding the person who can do this work. And if there's a way that we can facilitate that, that's what I'm thinking council is to try and. All the other funding models are longer term endeavors, right? To figure out through the regional district what can happen and to figure out through the province if we can use that other tax that you spoke of, Mayor Heinzman. But there has to be a model that works for Squamish, and if there's just a little bit of money we can put in this budget to help figure that out, not with our own staff, because I know we're at capacity, and it's not on our resource list, but it's helpful to SORCA. I'd certainly be willing to put that motion forward into our budget discussion this afternoon.
So the request in front of us is for an additional 10, 35, right? And you guys are planning to move forward with getting a director or executive director regardless.
But we don't have full-time funding for that director right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we just kind of we need it now. We're gonna get going with it, and
yeah.
We're looking for
But the
sources.
request
We are looking for
yeah.
sources for funding
Yeah.
to complete the directors.
And it's an evolution. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, very much thank you for coming, and
Thank you, guys.
we are going to break now, and you can bring back whatever motions you want after the break. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank
Thanks, guys.
We're back in our budget committee of the whole of December 12th, and we will be finishing this meeting promptly at 3:30 because the equipment has to be disassembled to move over to the 55 Activity Center for the distributing the SOP tonight. So we are on a time crunch, but this is my indirect way of asking council to be as fast as possible in their questions and comments. We have sort of three things on the agenda. One is the RCMP, two is the library, and three is sort of putting a bow and finalizing the community enhancement grants. I had wanted to do the community enhancement grants first. I appreciate that the RCMP is here, so I'm looking, council's okay if we do RCMP first, and then we'll see where we are in terms of whether we continue with the community enhancement grant, find a conversation, or go to library next.
Great, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh,
Did you get that at Risers, please?
not during the budget.
Oh, sure, get them a grant too.
It's called the budget brownie.
That was top on camera, thank you.
You gotta pass some of him, sit
Has
here.
it started already?
Yeah.
Oh,
Gotta pass the.
so your answer is no?
My answer is no. The mayor would like the cookies.
Well, welcome.
You didn't come from Risers Island, just
I will
regular.
pass the table over to you, and thank you for coming.
Your Worship and Council, before I start, we had planned to have a certain amount of humor because Mr. Sim was going to be beside me. We're going to have the 3 Jeffs here. Not
And you did this,
intentionally.
right?
Yes.
And 2 Jeffs previous, in the previous session.
But it's a really sincere honor for me to be here today and chat with you. By coincidence, today is the actual starting my 8th month of my temporary tenure. So I can tell you it's been a rewarding time, particularly because of the quality of people that I had the great fortune to work with, such as Joanne, Sergeant Shore, Gareth, Elizabeth Haldenby behind me. And I suppose as I start, every story has a beginning, and every story has an end. And really today is a chance to have a story and a conversation with each of you around an idea that we have. And I'd also like to acknowledge the fact that I'm on the traditional land of the Squamish First Nation. And perhaps I would start there just for a minute, because one of the exciting things that we've been doing is working with your administration and working with other partners around ideas. And one of them is the Pulling Together Canoe Journey that happened back in July, I want to say, July. And for those of you that may or may not have been there, it links into kind of a threshold of our conversation, which is community-based policing, which is how do we collaborate and make a difference with the scarce resources that we have with the maximum impact for the community. And one of the ideas that we've been working with the administration and discussing is whether or not there can be a collaborative effort to actually secure a canoe. And perhaps in future years actually have an actual canoe team of some community leaders. Your Worship actually was paddling in the boat along with your CAO, along with Mr. Bradley in the back. And I watched them all sail out with Porto Cove, and I crossed my fingers. And then the waves. So, we're in the current process of actually trying to make a grant application to the civil forfeiture provincial process to secure some funding, but we're hoping that there are some other partners that may be able to contribute to the approximately $30,000 that comes with that canoe total cost. But not to put Mr. Sim on the table, but he did actually participate approximately 7 to 9 years ago on the full 6 to 7 day journey. And that journey is around reconciliation, sharing our story as a collective family of Canadians and First Nations and all different ages to work together and participate, to learn from one another around our future. So I just wanted to start off with that, and I don't know if the CAO or Jeff would have any comment, but it's a wonderful adventure to see continue.
Mayor Heisman, I can provide some detail in terms of what the RCMP may need from us. And one is a letter of support from the district with the mayor's signature as well, so that they can apply for the grant. And the grant deadline is December 15th, so we're hoping for a motion today to do that. Additionally, we do have a Truth and Reconciliation budget, and in fact, we're carrying over just over $9,000. And based on our plans for next year and the budget that is in the CAO line for next year, that we feel that we can spend it on a canoe, should council want to contribute to that.
And I think when we were talking about this way back when we did the canoe journey in July, is obviously having a team and a group that actually would do the journey for the 6 or 7 days would be one piece of it, but it's also partnership that if, for example, we wanted to, on Aboriginal days, take a crew of Squamish people and paddle them over to Stocknice, or, you know, and there could be team building or community building aspect to it, both from a partnership model in terms of how we would manage and, I guess, own this community.
Yes. If I may augment, and for those of you at council that weren't present, and Jeff, Gareth, feel free to jump in, or Jolene, but I would say there was upwards of 300 people at a community feast at the Squamish main Totem Hall. And, you know, the power, I know personally, I spoke to one, I just turned 50, so person of my age and vintage, and they remarked that never in his wildest dreams did he ever think he'd be actually paddling with police officers, or neither did he see his children paddling with police officers, because of the perspective that policing had, right, wrong, or different, perhaps been perceived as oppressing and being an implemented state policy. So, you know, the reconciliation, the tomorrow, what does the tomorrow mean? If there's an opportunity to continue, and that's what I found so noteworthy around my time here, is that there's a, you know, a very socially progressive council committed to the community. That I hope that that's a good fit, and I hope that if there's money from that budget or the letter of support, that we can continue that journey together.
Yeah.
You know, just really briefly, and going back to my history to 2001, 2002, when I was involved, you know, in the pulling together canoe journey, and in my former employment with the Vancouver Police Department, we put in for a grant and obtained a canoe, and it is a very long-giving, relationship-building type of event. The Nchokmok, One Heart, One Mind, has a canoe awakening ceremony every year where Musqueam First Nation, who are the peoples in that part of Vancouver, and who had an art project to design the art for the canoe and the naming of the canoe. And that's an ongoing thing, like every year, in 2017, they had a canoe awakening ceremony, and this was 2001. So it continues to build that relationship, and it's very strong. And I know Sergeant Bradley, in the communication that we've had, his project proposal that he's putting forward for the grant is three-phased. The first is buying the canoe, and that's really, just one small part of it, but the other part is, and certainly, Inspector Christie or Sergeant Bradley, if they want to expand on that, but it is the cultural aspect, and so working with the Squamish Nation elders and artists and youth to build the story and the art. And then I know he has a proposal to build canoe paddles for the canoe, and then ongoing journeys. And so whether it's participating on June 21st on Indigenous Day, or whether it's pulling together journeys or other aspects, I think it will be a legacy of ongoing reconciliation. So that's just some personal part, and those journeys, like, certainly if counselors or police officers or individuals can do the entire journey, it is a life-changing event.
So questions from council? Council President?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it'd be a great thing, especially if, like the mayor was saying, if it could be used for other community events that, staff or council or, may want to use it for something other than, not with the RCMP there, or, if it's a joint thing like that. I think it's great.
Any other questions or comments? So I guess the first question is letter of support. Move that we letter of support, second by Councilor Race.
Yeah, and then some of the funds from, I'm not sure if the whole 9,000, but again, some of the funds from that go towards the project as well.
Could we spend all 9,000 if there's anything else that can mark for that funding at this point, and then 2018 new funding?
Correct.
So that's the motion, is the letter of support, and that we fund the project to the remainder of the Truth and Reconciliation budget from 2017. Is that fair enough?
So just on the funding, you said you're thinking or almost getting ready to write for an application for funding? What
The
did you
grant
say?
is due on 50.
Yeah, so Sergeant Bradley behind me to the right, great fella.
Yeah.
Stand up. He's actually writing that, and I would say 70%, 60%? 90%. Complete?
Having funds from us might make it, you know, there might be some matching funds.
Yes, and that's why I think the letter of support is also in the financial commitment, helps to make a compelling case to those discharging funds. It's a true partnership.
Excellent. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Thanks. On to the next.
Thank you, Your Worship. For the benefit of council, I think the question that we wrestle with as an industry is how to continue to innovate. How do we innovate to support the citizens of Squamish and elsewhere in Sea Sky, but to provide the best service that we can to make the most impact? And so as a management team, I'm very grateful for the work that's gone into the business case, and we may or may not have had time to refer to the business case. But certainly throughout my conversation, if you have any questions at any time, feel free to ask, and I may ask my colleagues to jump in. But really we have something for your consideration. It's around the same relationship that some of you visit our police station. It's an option. It's just an option. Today we treat and fully investigate files of sexual assault and domestic violence very seriously. So make no mistake, that same commitment is there. However, we believe we have a model that we can present to you, which is for a dedicated police officer that would be a specific investigator around intimate partner violence and also sexual assault investigations that would work in concert with our general investigations section led by Sergeant Shore. And those of you that were at the police station heard me talk around investigative excellence and the importance of specializing investigative excellence that's within the general investigation team. And as an example of that were the numerous search warrants that the team did on the weekend based on the armed robbery. You know, having the specialized training, for lack of a better word, step up for high-risk matters and provide the best service that we can. And often the general investigation team is a critical component of that. So by background, prior to today, the team, along with your public safety manager, Jeff, we've had extensive consultation around trying to analyze the workload and ask ourselves, again, from a workload perspective, is it too much work? Is it too little work that could fit into a dedicated FTE, stands for full-time equivalent, of basically one investigator. And we feel quite confident that the numbers that are generated and sourced in the business case are very valid and very sound. And without getting into the exact numbers, but basically in terms of caseload, it is a match for what we're discussing for the community. But that's really the smaller part of the conversation. The other part of the conversation is the nature of victims and being at risk because of domestic violence or sexual assault victims. And often we know the literature will say is that significantly underreported. Depending on the stat, whether it's Jurstat or others, people use different numbers, but it's reported that, you know, domestic violence, proportionality will be a high percentage of female victims versus male. They'll often same percentage with sexual assault investigations. And really what's happened over the years is that those types of files reflect a complexity and a unique aspect to the investigation. So let me talk around domestic violence files and the lethality that often, and I shouldn't say often, but that domestic violence files have shown a unique probability or potential to become lethal. And because of that, safety measures and other steps are put into place. And some of those protocols are imposed upon by the province, but just as an industry, we've grown that way because we want to make sure we keep people safe. What's critical in terms of that is reflecting on, for example, something that happened in the province 8 to 10 years ago where there was a domestic violence file in Oak Bay that sadly had a very tragic outcome. Very tragic outcome. And I've actually had 2 files in my service that have had kind of, you would think are more, lower level domestic violence files that actually have had very tragic outcomes. And the Oak Bay Corners inquest actually validated as a best practice a recommendation that because of all the reasons we're talking about, vulnerable persons, the complexity of those type of files, the maximum experience and skill training an investigator to deal with that and support victims and link in with victim services. Even this inquest, this Corners inquest, recognized the value of essentially dedicated domestic violence investigating units. Now, Squamish by numbers and by metrics doesn't really have a higher or lesser proportion of domestic violence or sexual assault. So I don't want to, think that there's anything more driving this or less driving it than that the management team feels there's a great opportunity to innovate and do a better job. But the inquest is also a nice milestone, appropriate milestone might be the better phrase, for council to be aware of that this idea that we're bringing forward has been talked around for upwards of 8 to 10 years. And some police detachments have it, depending on size and scale. And I just want to step back and talk a little bit around domestic violence and sexual assault victims and how an investigator, in terms of outcomes, can also partner with both prevention and investigation. Working with partners, be it the Howe Sound Women's Center, the hospital, working with other victim services, there's a natural congruence between police response and also support. Because many victims will find themselves feeling vulnerable or that they can't report. And because you have that kind of nexus, having a specialized investigator over time will also boost the overall effectiveness of the detachment. Because that expertise, that kind of center of excellence will also cascade down to the general duty members that are working now. So if I'm on duty tonight at 10 o'clock and I have a call in this category, for lack of a better word, this grouping, and I'm not sure what to do, there's even somebody to call to get the latest best practices or that can come in on overtime if necessary. So one of the things around that, in terms of the unique aspects, is also giving some thought to the fact that it supports council's visions of a kind of a more safer community in terms of your own strat plan. So we've tried to wrestle with an idea that we can inform council and say, here's an opportunity, should council feel itself it's in a position to invest in policing, that could benefit the community by establishing this dedicated investigator that would really, over time, continue and become a leader in terms of all the skills and necessary experience in terms of responding to these types of files. And particularly if we bear in mind that many of the victims may feel, but are actually in particularly vulnerable circumstances. The literature would also suggest that in many times spouses in domestic violence would feel they're in a dependent relationship, they may not have the same income, they may not have other things. So that sometimes there's a typical imbalance where people really are more vulnerable. So from our perspective, this idea of creating a dedicated investigator matches, I think, the vision of the Socially Progressive Council and could make a difference in the lives of sisters and brothers and nieces and nephews and just folks in the community. So we wanted to bring forward and present that for some discussion with you. And I want to open it up with council's permission to my colleagues, just in case I've missed something, but that's kind of the high points. They want to go through, page by page, the business case, but rather to have a fireside kind of conversation. So maybe I'll just turn to staff and Percival before I come to Jeff. Jolene, is there anything you'd like to throw that I missed?
I think just to add the developmental opportunity, if we have somebody in a position that is specific to investigating sexual assault, that leadership and knowledge base that is actually going to be able to be transferred down to the newer members that we have coming into our detachment. And they're here for 5 years and they transfer out. So having somebody in a role like that is absolutely crucial to be able to pass on that knowledge and that expertise to the members, and then that allows the junior members to grow and also keep that, and it builds that foundation of really good investigative skills for those members to move on. And I think that that's really crucial. It takes files, and significant files, complex files, in our community and are investigated, and it allows that I should say expertise to be investigated, and then it allows for junior members that are on the road to be able to, you know, not have that complexity, but also work on other files that are happening. So I think it's really crucial to be able to have that ability for them.
Jeff?
From my perspective, having a dedicated investigator as part of my team who's won't be, for lack of a better word, distracted by other investigations that we're currently coming in on a day-to-day basis. Their focus will be there to provide direct support to marginalized people and survivors of domestic violence and sexual abuse. I think we owe a great deal to people that are brave enough to come forward to the police and report these types of personal violations, and I do feel passionately that we deliver the best that we can from a policing justice perspective. So having that person, like I said, dedicated and unhinged from other investigations would be a great benefit to the community and to my team.
To Jeff's point, if I may, and I don't want to get too much into it because I don't want to speak, but you know, the Globe and Mail has frequent stories around many people in the country feeling, right, wrong, or different, that have they been heard through the investigative process. You know, the RCMP has just developed kind of a best practice guide around sexual assault investigations. And again, the purpose of that is to continue, to Jeff's point and Joanne's point, do the best we can to share all the knowledge. But to Jolene's point, with a membership that's often mobile, the nice thing around a dedicated investigator, you really develop that center of excellence to guide other people, sort of like a lighthouse. You know, they're a beacon of excellence around this particular portfolio. So if I may, I'll just ask if Sergeant Bradley, okay. We've all extensively worked on this, so that's why we're all here. So thank you. Perhaps I could open up for questions from council. Jeff, perhaps? Jeff, did you?
No, I'm good to turn it over to council. There.
Always do go to council.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so thanks very much. This is really an interesting proposal. I know a couple of years ago, we had a bit of a spike in our domestic violence, and I think it sort of brought an additional awareness to this pervasiveness of it. And as you said, there's so much of it that doesn't get reported. So 2 quick questions. One is about how do we measure success to see if investing in this role has really helped people? And 2, we have in the past bought into the idea of having a specialized person. The school liaison is an example of that. There was a while there that the school liaison we didn't have that dedicated staff. So we bought into the idea of a dedicated staff. All of a sudden it wasn't dedicated, now we're back there again. So how do we ensure that if we buy into this program, that it remains and it just doesn't get assimilated into general duty at some point, and then all of a sudden a year later we're like, what happened to the sexual assault and domestic violence dedicated officer?
So I maybe jump in, Your Worship, and I think that's a great question, and that undertone is one of the guiding principles why it's been decided to actually fit within the general investigative team. So we often talk around span of control, but some of the managers here have quite large spans, like direct reports. How many people do they supervise? Jeff's team in the general investigation section is in the best position, and one of the benefits of this is to prevent that pulling away from the mandate. So generally, unless, for example, and I'll use an example that would resonate with everybody on the table, recently there was a report of a child abduction here at the school. The office essentially empties out. Everybody responds. Doesn't matter what section you're on, whether you're in traffic services or something like that, everybody goes. But generally speaking, general investigations members are not put onto a shift, not 4 on, 4 off sort of rotation. So the employee would have a dedicated mandate as expressed in the business case. One of the ways to measure the outcome is certainly within a year or 2 years of establishment is to ask us on what are the number of files that they've led. And we'd be happy to produce those numbers. Essentially, the business case would suggest not taking into account unfounded files, but just the ones that have been founded with charges laid. There's roughly 75 criminal caseload files that the employee would lead. So one measure of annually, sorry. So one of the simple measures would be, again, is what are we finding after 12 months of implementation or 6 months? What's the number of files that investigator is continuing to lead? The second, I think, outcomes that could be measured are also, I don't want to say from a client survey perspective, but from a partner perspective, what's the feel from partners in terms of prevention and support for victim services? You know, the innovation around the idea is to, again, provide kind of a center, a hub, if you will, of working with partners for both investigation and prevention. So I think the other part would be feedback from clients. Is it working? Is it not working? So I think I'll end on that, but there are some ways to measure it, and it's fair. It's fair to ask if you're, for lack of a better word, if the goodwill of council is to provide us with the option to invest. We're more than happy to provide after a suitable time, 12 months, 18 months, whatever the time would be, to actually provide a closure in terms of how that program is running.
Questions from council, Councillor Schuyler, Councillor.
Thanks. I really, this position is desperately needed because we don't have services in the corridor, because we don't have
Yes,
statistics.
let's ask questions.
So, with your benchmarking, I don't have any questions, I just want to talk to you for
Okay, I just wanted to get some questions out there so we have clarification on exactly what the role is, and then we can start.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the role is a great way to advocate for services, which we don't have in the community. We have no stats, so without stats, we can't advocate for other positions in healthcare, which we don't have. So
the question.
I'm wondering, okay, so a question would be, what happens when, you know, as far as servicing, how are you going to work with other service providers since we don't have service, we have 9 to 5 services right now, and most of these crimes happen after.
And we'll have time to advocate.
Yeah, so does that position, is that position dedicated to driving the victim to services, or what would happen when that person gets into the RCMP? The investigation is done, but what about accessing other services and working with other
So
services?
if you don't mind, Councillor, I have two questions here, so I'm going to respond, and the second one I'm going to duck to the people with me. The first question around metrics. So in accordance with the business case, you'll see that currently the reports of sexual assaults are lower than the current reports of domestic violence. But in accordance with the literature, to your point, generally it's a tip of the iceberg. The literature reflects around it's significantly underreported. So the first thing is, often when new services are established, and it's hard to postulate on this, but often when we create really high-functioning teams, it creates work. So it's not impossible for council to see, if that position was established, that there's actually more reporting. If people believe over an 18, 24-month period that there's a particular response, sometimes word travels in a positive way. The second part of that question, and I'll defer more to Jolene and Jeff, is around, you know, how does that member help? And my impression of that at a high level, before I turn to Jolene and Jeff, is, I have to be careful here. You know, I have on my door a little sign, every day is a gift. Every day is a gift. But I've seen people on my team take $20 out of their pocket and lend to somebody on the street that doesn't have $20. I've seen members be prepared to drive people A to B. So if we had somebody at risk that needed a particular assistance, I mean, we're not a taxi service, obviously, but my thought would be is generally that investigator, or any of our investigators, would be as responsive as we could, with the recognition that often there's lots of other files on the go too. So again, I'll turn it over to Jolene, perhaps, and Jeff to speak a bit more specifically on that.
How I see this coming together is having somebody that's working with victim services, and our victim service coordinator, Jenna Becker. She's absolutely amazing, and she does go, I would say, tirelessly above and beyond on the things that she does, and she works. Her caseload is huge. It is significant. Having somebody being able to aid her in being also able to have these files, and you're working with these people, you're working directly with them, and I see an investigator being able to do those things. And when you have a designated domestic violence investigator that is able to work with Jenna and also third-hand reporting, women's health, like the women's shelter, and having all of the other, like the complaints coming in from the hospital, and being able to really have that connection as a liaison to the community, that word is going to spread. I'm not gonna lie, it's going to spread.
We could find it actually creates a significant workload, but
Yeah,
that's
that's
okay.
true.
Jeff, do you have anything to add?
I don't, with the one part about like the after hours service and stuff like that, I mean, we're just talking about one position here right now, so I don't know that it will really drastically affect after hours service. We still have 24-hour policing here, so we can still deliver when it's needed. But this investigator will be able to loop in and form those partnerships with our different community groups. Hospital, we've already been in talks with Quest University as a hot topic that the universities had to come up with sexual assault policies, and so there may be additional reporting that comes out of the campus, for example, and other groups in the downtown area as well as victim services. So with that person being highly connected to those groups, they will be able to access the resources and provide the referrals to the victims as required.
I'm going to continue with this, hold your thought, and we'll be able to comment. Are we going to actually get to a budget decision on this today, or it's going to go into the whole general budget conversation, I suspect?
It's on your service level change forms, Mayor Hanson.
Yeah, which we
so
probably won't get to today.
I'm looking at the time thinking we
Yeah.
might not make it.
Councillor Lewis and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you. And some of the questions have already been answered. And when I looked at this, first let me say, I mean, I think this is a great initiative for the detachment in the RCMP, and certainly worthwhile. But I tried to step back from it a little bit and look at this purely as somebody who's part of the funding process, and how does that work, and sort of detach from the particular role. And so I had questions around, we had the experience with the school liaison officer, as you heard the mayor say. So I wondered about things like, would you recruit this person from outside, or is it somebody who is presently in the department that you would transfer over, and therefore to backfill that person, just bring in a rookie or a younger member or something like that? Would this person also investigate occurrences outside of the Squamish area, for example, Bowen Island or Whistler or something like that? Is it something that, as a funder, that we would consider sharing with other local governments? And so I had those types of questions, and also, like the school liaison officer, if this person was ever transferred out for any reason, or on leave, an extended leave for any reason, so that the person was not there, what happens to the funding? Does it stop? Is it suspended? Does it just carry on, even though there's a gap in it? So I had those types of questions around this.
So maybe...
And I'll just add one more piece to that. Oh my God, keep going. Sorry. It was building on something.
Sure. So I welcome this conversation. So if I miss any of those points, jump in. So in reverse order, generally if a position is vacant beyond 30 days, there's an adjustment in terms of the calculation of the budget that comes to the council through the CAO and stuff. So if we have a vacant position, normally there's an adjustment in the total billing. That vacancy isn't just a week or 2 weeks or somebody being on holiday, it's more significant, but it happens. The second thing in terms of recruitment and retention, my sense is we have some folks that have the right passion and the right skill set within our shop that we would be able to staff it internally. The corresponding question that links after that is the speed of a backfill. That's not, I don't foresee that currently as an issue right now. We're at sufficient nominal strength to have sufficient bodies in the district to staff it. We're in a good spot numbers-wise, Councillor, in terms of the FTE count in Squamish. Mr. Sim can verify on that. We're actually trying to make sure we don't overbill you and stuff like that. Sometimes we bring a body in that might end up being extra because we have different business lines here, provincial as well as municipal. So someone like me has to shuffle those bodies. But to your question, we can staff it internally, and I expect that we don't have any issue with backfilling that hole. The original then question would be distributing that body outside of the core area of Squamish, and I wouldn't anticipate that we would do that. That's not to say that an employee in an urgent or emergency situation doesn't get shared. So if there was a plane crash, or there was a murder investigation, or something that required like an immediate transition, BC wildfires as an example this summer. So sometimes there is some shuffling, but we're very good around making sure that if you fund a position, that position is here for service here. So I don't expect that position to go on.
I think you created some more questions.
But
And
just-
answers follow up.
I might just follow up on that, but I understand an emergent situation, if there was some crisis, that everybody leaves the shop, and I totally understand that. But would this person who has this specialty or this special role, for example, be found investigating sexual assaults in Whistler?
No, I don't expect so. And the reason why, Councillor, is that if Squamish is putting that investment on the table, we need to respect that. Now, technically, could that member work overtime in Whistler for some reason? But if the question is that, would we make sure that that person is investigating in Squamish? Generally, yes, we would.
Well, if we're going to be talking about the budget stuff a little later, it was to do with, the position itself. So I can wait until we have the discussions here.
But if you have any specific questions, no?
Well, it's an added position that you're proposing, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'll talk about that later.
Thanks. First Nations training and integration. How does this position as an RCMP officer, how does it integrate with? And I was just looking at the numbers because we think we have like 8,700 women in Squamish according to the 2016 census, and 35 out of 1,000, that's 304 women a year going through abuse. And if any other crime happened, we'd have a specialized position and we wouldn't even be discussing this if it was a specific crime to anything else. And I'm always amazed how it's separated out and treated a little bit differently. But so with the First Nations community, the numbers are 115 out of 1,000. The regular community, it's 35 out of 1,000. So this position would have to be very sensitive and have extra training for First Nations integration. How does the RCMP deal with integration with the First Nations community?
So I think, Councillor, it's a fantastic question, and not only does your knowledge, but the stats show generally within...
That's just reported.
Yeah. Within even lots of over-representation at the victim level of First Nation versus non-First Nations. So I think one of the things that we'll have to do as a team, should council support funding it, is ask that question. You may or may not be aware, but Inspector Trianos or myself in our absence sit on a joint management team around the Integrated First Nations Unit with a member that also has a dedicated liaison role with First Nations. So So I think the practical question would be, are we cognizant of that? Yes, we are. Are we going to wrestle with what the right investment is in terms of training? We have something called the Aboriginal Perceptions course, which is quite a significant one based on history all the way back to the Indian Act. Is it more localized training? I think we need to wrestle through as a management team, if you fund it, and based on the person and the skill set they bring, the degree of training that may be required. However, that is no different, if you will, to how we police today. I mean, we're committed to that. We're committed to a diverse workforce.
So does Whistler have such a dedicated person on their investigative team?
Not currently.
Not currently. So I just want to understand. So what the ask is to add an additional person to the investigative team to be dedicated to domestic assault and sexual assault.
That's right.
Correct? And then we would backfill a constable. I think this is where you lost me for a second.
Sure.
I'm trying to understand. And you said we could backfill it from our existing people. So I'm trying to understand, from our perspective, we're adding an FTE.
Yes.
But I didn't hear you filling an FTE, and maybe I just didn't understand how it was being articulated.
Yeah, and I apologize, Your Worship. The sense that I had from Councillor Race was that we might have trouble finding someone to backfill the hole if we create this position.
And I know the RCMP's had trouble filling, for example, Surrey needed X amount of new, and
Sure.
they took them years to actually fill positions. And we don't want to fund for something that we're not going to actually get the benefit out of in the given taxation.
And we're in good strength HR-wise in this area. We have actually surplus at the moment to...
And you're talking E-Division or
No,
Seeds Fund?
right here, Squamish. Right, so we are in a position to be able to backfill that position.
Excellent. Any other questions for the RCM? Yes.
That raises a question. So, we're in a surplus in the Squamish detachment, where we have more than, I think we fund 25 people, 25 members, 24. And you say we're in a surplus, so if we approve this request, theoretically we go to 25, but we already have more than 25 or more than 24?
So I might invite Mr. Sim to join me in that conversation, if I will. So the current explanation that I would say is, when you look at me, I wear a number of hats. I don't just both look after the municipal business line, but we have other resources that are under the provincial business line. Traffic services, for example. The positions that the province gives to help reflect that the Squamish area has a number of provincial areas, not just municipal areas. So our pool of resources, I manage kind of an influx of bodies from multiple kind of portfolios, and we've already begun ordering additional FTEs for next year, right? Forecasting. We're like all of you, we're trying to forecast our needs. But we currently, I anticipate, can staff it. I'll turn it over to Jeff, because I think he'd like to make some questions on that.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. So Inspector Christie and I have quite frequent discussion on what the establishment level is and the funded level. Currently, the district is funding at 24. And we receive monthly reports from E-Division on where those are at. And as Inspector Christie mentioned, there's the provincial business line, and then of course the district business line, or the municipal business line. And so we've been working very closely together to ensure that the municipal business line is at what the funded amount is. And so well, I guess, Inspector Christie is talking about there being a surplus of members. That's because some have been transferred to the provincial business line to ensure that the funding mechanism the funding sources are used properly and as approved by council. And so this ask certainly is to increase the funded from 24 to 25, which has been the longstanding establishment level. And a lot of that is because opportunities to obtain cadets versus having to wait, like what you had mentioned with what has happened in previous other detachments. And to flow those folks in, and then other folks are leaving. So I think it's quite a administrative responsibility on Inspector Christie, but where, you know, what I can assure council with is that I'm working, you know, hand in hand with him to ensure that what has been approved for funding is what is being billed for and staffed by the RCMP, and, you know, they're working on the provincial line to ensure that we're meeting that.
And I presume if you don't fill the role, this excess would be deployed somewhere else.
Yes, you won't have overbilling, but you can imagine, Councillor, to the table that we will have employees that go off on maternity leave for you. So we try and compensate by having an extra body around, for example, to be able to backfill that hole and make sure the security of your community, we still have the right numbers. So we have some of those techniques that we bring into play to make sure we have the resources here. And I think actually we're quite fortunate with the resourcing level that we have here. We're quite fortunate right now.
And I've got Councillor Chappelle, but do we have another topic of discussion with the RCMP, or is this sort of the end of it?
This is all.
Thanks. I'm just wondering for reporting with this position, if the language is standard, and this may be an RCMP question, I'm not sure if it would be specific to this position, but standardized language for reporting. So is language, like when you do reports, as far as collecting statistics, is the language standardized, like violence against women or violence, you know, as opposed to sexualized violence, or so that the statistics are clear?
Yeah, so great question. And you're just about to receive our first report, actually. In accordance with the strat plan that you folks saw, courtesy of the team, you'll probably on January the 12th or 15th, we've got it in the 80% level, see actually the beginning of a pilot report, which we hope to provide every 6 months to council. And there'll be the opportunity to contextualize and customize that. Now, the definitions, council, are often standardized through a large database that everybody contributes to. So Jurstat will talk around gender-based violence. Other people will use different terminology. We'll probably be more specific to what the crime stats dictate, sexual assault or intimate partner violence. Intimate partner violence for you, those of you at the table, in terms of the industry, is a relatively new name. It used to be called domestic violence, but it can be other avenues now incorporated with intimate partner violence. So the challenge with stats is also interpreting that in a pragmatic way, kind of for the benefit of council. And I think, again, since you're referring to the business case on page 3, looking at the stats, I think we'll have to see over time, what do the numbers actually say? And we're going to have a sense of that if council, and council has many, many demands on its plate, many pressures, but if council is able to invest, then I'm confident that over the next year, year and a half to 2 years, that the story of how that's made an impact will be compelling, you know, will be defendable in terms of metrics.
Thank you, Councillor.
So I think I have 2 questions. Maybe the first is just to confirm. So it sounds like in hiring the dedicated investigator, that it frees up our general duty officers because they're not working on these complex files.
Correct. Yes, with one caveat, Councillor. There will continue to be a call, say, at 2 a.m. tonight.
Understand.
And this investigator may not be working. So the general duty watch may carry that file for the first 6 to 8 hours or through the weekend. And then as soon as practical, transition that file over to the investigator. And as Jeff has hinted at, the value of that is often in terms of support to the victim. The dedicated investigator, the GIS team, works more frequently Monday to Friday. Mm-hmm. They're not necessarily thrown in the turmoil of, you know, nights, evenings, weekends. So you'll actually have shorter spans where that investigator is not in the office. Or for the victims, you'll have quicker turnaround times. So it does help the watch, by having that constable that may have 2.5 years service be able to kind of do the response. If it's complicated or, needs the specialization, it gets transitioned as soon as possible over to the dedicated investigator.
So the reason I asked that is that a few years ago, we talked to staff about trying to stagger in our firefighters and our police officers as we grow, so that we are not trying to do both in 1 year. This year, we have an ask for both in our budget, a new RCMP resource as well as a new firefighter. So I guess if we approved this, does it take off enough pressure from general duty officers that we wouldn't see, so we could get back to staggering them? We wouldn't get a request next year for another officer to match growth.
So
I guess I'm trying to
Sure,
just understand
understand.
what the long-term
Sure.
picture looks like.
So if I may, as many of you know, and I say this sincerely, as much as I love it here and you have a great community, I'm just temporary. You have a great officer ready to come back. Subject to the concurrence of council and the CEO, if you wanted to have kind of a discussion on a different day around perhaps what does the policing industry look like, if I'm around, I would be willing to contribute to that. I certainly recognize that council has limited stewardship and resources. And I truly, from my heart, recognize that, Councillor. If council can't fund it, that's okay. And I think one of the wonderful things around the relationship that I feel anyways, the last 6, 8, 10 months of the building is this very open dialogue. If council feels it can invest, then my job is to share with you that here's an opportunity for you folks to fund it. But I recognize that you have many demands.
I'm not sure if this is ever done, but would you consider in these situations sharing of a resource like that? Like would be 50-50 split Whistler Squamish, for example, in this role? Could that be integrated into any policing model you guys have?
So we wrestle with that question, but when we run the numbers, we get into the question that the projected workload is too much for a single investigator. So for some of the metrics might show, and metrics are very hard, Your Worship, but my feel is that once you bundle roughly 70 files, criminal code files that have all sorts of steps and they have to go through court, the bundle on that travel time up, for example, to Whistler or other places, that would be the other half of that, then that number doubles. You go from 70 to 140. I don't want to put Jeff's team on the spot, but Jeff's team should only have 15 or 20 or 25 files in a given year because they're the more complicated ones. They're the hard ones. So the concern that I would have is I'm setting up that unit for failure. Instead of having a sustainable workload, I've actually created a false expectation by doubling the workload and the travel time, and dissipated that impact in such a degree that it's not significantly impactful enough to fund. So
it's all or nothing?
Pardon me?
So it's all or nothing?
Yeah, well, the fact is, though, as I led my earlier comments, we remain committed to this subject with or without the investigator. So we'll always try and do our very best to meet the service standards, just that if council is able to fund it, we think we can do better through this innovative idea.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be deliberating on the whole general budget soon, so that'll be part of those deliberations. And I appreciate you coming and bringing this forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you.
Moving on, we have Hillary and Sonia from the library board. Library. Whenever you're ready, Hillary.
Bigger building. I'm telling you that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Hilary Bloom, Director of Library Services, and here with me is Sonia Levens, Chair of the Squamish Public Library Board.
So we took the opportunity to highlight a good number of the library's recent accomplishments when we spoke at the October 24th meeting of the Public and Corporate Services Standing Committee. And at that time, we were nearing the closing date of our large-scale community survey. And I'm really pleased to report we had 571 responses to that survey. And our Public Services librarian, Andrea Hoff, is completing an executive summary as we speak. But we're going to try and share some of the preliminary results with you today as we talk about what we're looking to accomplish in 2018. We're pleased to bring forward this library budget request, but it's important to look at how these requests fit into our strategic plan. The work we undertake at the library is guided by our strategic plan, and it's based around 4 library priorities: inspiring new and current patrons, reaching everyone, creating a culture of assessment, and providing access to reliable information in a neutral and confidential setting. We're wrapping up the 3rd year of our plan, and we can point to many ways the library's activities have helped to support these priorities, as well as align with the community vision and guiding principles as laid out by the District of Squamish strategic plan. So our first priority, helping new and current patrons, is all about offering innovative, inspiring programming and services that strengthen our role in the community and create a place of creative learning.
So we're supporting this through increased use of our meeting room for lots of inspirational activities, as well as a work and study space, and through implementing a huge number of new inspiring programs and services. So in recent times, this has included the addition of some new things like a Sunday afternoon board game club. We've had a coloring club, we've had art workshops, we now have after-school programs to give kids a place to be in the after-school hours. We've undertaken our Truth and Reconciliation initiatives, we added French story times, foyer gallery events, and providing space as well for a lot of other groups to meet, including Safe and Sound's sounding room for LGBTQ+ individuals and their families, the Seed Library through Squamish Can, hosting the Squamish Writers Group, some mayor's breakfast and a lunch coming up, and more.
So our second priority is reaching everyone, where we focus on recruiting new memberships through outreach and new partnerships.
We've increased the number of access points through which community members can interact with us. So we have the drop-off at Brennan Park, as well as pop-up libraries at places like Brennan Park, senior center outreach. We have a new TV screen in the library to promote our events. We have regular radio spots. We have a new e-newsletter, and we now have upped our frequency of reminders about renewals and whatnot with our patrons in response to those requests. We have new partnerships, as I mentioned before, plus we're undertaking some new work with economic development on some of the working groups that they've got going on for their steering committee. And so the year-over-year increases in library activity in many areas show that we're offering space and opportunities that resonate with our community's interests and needs. So as an example, we welcomed 148,786 visitors to our library in 2016, which was a 10% increase over 2015. And all of this supports social inclusion and connectivity, a guiding principle of the district's strategic plan as well.
So our third priority is creating a culture of assessment. We ask people how we're doing, how we can do better, and we learn and act on what we learn, and thereby gaining people's trust.
We've made a great number of changes in response to feedback, whether it be programming ideas, improvements to safety, renovations. We even now have a public charging station for devices so people can charge their devices if they forgot their charger. And our community input survey results include comments on a high level of service and inclusivity of our organization. So there are some quotes on the screen from the recent survey. And then we're also committed to ongoing professional development for staff in the areas of service and safety and technology as well.
And the fourth priority is providing access to reliable information in a neutral and confidential setting.
So whether it be use of our Book a Librarian service, digital resources like Grant Connect or lynda.com, or use of our public space and public access computers and Wi-Fi. We're all about access. So speaking of access, this brings us to the first of the 4 2018 budget requests we're here to highlight today. On each slide, we've referenced the page number from the binder that corresponds to the request. So our first request is an increase to the library's open hours. And the scope of this project is to increase library open hours by an additional 5 hours per week to achieve consistent 10 a.m. opening 7 days a week, as well as remaining open until 5 p.m. on Saturdays, at a cost of $17,314. A very frequent comment we hear from the community is that the library is not open early enough on weekday mornings and it closes too early on Saturday afternoons. Some of our weekday storytime programs are run prior to our current 11 a.m. opening time to accommodate the scheduling that works best for families. While we achieved 5 extra open hours in 2015, community demand requires that we extend this further in 2018. Establishing a 10 a.m. opening time across the entire week establishes a consistent schedule for our patrons, easier for them to remember. This request fits within our strategic priorities to provide access and to reach everyone. And this cost includes additional staff hours to cover the extra 5 open hours, as well as additional guard service coverage during that time. And here are just some comments from the survey about hours and the library. So you can see that we heard loud and clear from the community that while they're very keen for earlier open hours, they don't want to lose the evening hours either for evening programs and convenience for commuters and whatnot. They just want us open more on both sides. So our second request is to cover the cost of the library's annual audit. The audit costs $10,000 per year and is currently funded through non-district revenue. And essentially, without this annual cost, the library would be able to dedicate more funds to direct public services, such as adding services including Hoopla, which is on-demand movies and music, kind of like a Netflix for libraries, as well as more ebooks, building up our ebook collection, and beginning a video game collection to lend out as well. All of these are services our community asks for and help to meet our priority of inspiring new and current patrons. Also helps to support lifelong learning and digital literacy.
Just on this point,
Go ahead, yeah.
just to explain this, is this the financial audit or is this a performance audit of some type?
This is the financial audit.
More or less the same thing that the district goes through, but
Correct.
yours is separate and funded by other sources?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, what other sources?
Through other revenue that we bring in. So like our provincial funding has an operating grant portion of it, and other parts that are earmarked to specific things. But we have revenues through fines and meeting room and whatnot, and from that we use the $10,000 for the audit. So the idea being that with that cost taken out of that from our current budget, we could add on some of those other services as mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, we're either funding more services or we're funding the audit.
This is true.
Same pile of cash. Okay.
Okay, third request is an increase to our senior library assistant cataloger position. So this is to increase the position from 30 to 35 hours to reflect the library board's desire to bring core staff up to 35-hour per week positions. This is the last of our full-time positions that has not yet moved to 35 hours, and the workload of this position certainly supports this increase. The cost of this is $10,627.
Okay, for some clarification, so in the increased hours, that's taking in staff time.
Yes.
How does this differ from the increased hours?
So the cost for increasing the library open hours is to add additional desk staff to make that possible. Can you repeat what you were asking?
This is just adding more bodies while it's already open? We're adding a body for a longer time?
Yes, so this cataloger position currently is 30 hours per week, and it would be adding an additional, it happens to be 5 hours, to the position for the cataloger.
Okay.
Yes, and so this is
I was
over.
just trying to understand the service delivery on the more hours and where the Thanks.
Okay, and over the last several years, we've moved a number of positions from 30 to 35, and this is the final position that's not currently at that level. And so with this position, increasing the hours to full-time will certainly create a more desirable position and ensure retention in the role. And it can be established as more of a technical services position in our library with a bit of an expanded role to better support staff and the public with issues related to things like troubleshooting our catalog, accessing ebooks, reader's advisory, and whatnot. Yeah, so that is that one position there. Okay, and then our fourth and final request is for an expansion of work-study space for library patrons. So this project would cover the cost of installing new streamlined laptop bars with power outlets for up to 16 devices and stools along the north and south facing windows at the front of the library. So it would increase our total number of work and study spaces without actually occupying a significant additional footprint because they're quite streamlined along the two windows at the front. This project will also require one of our periodical collections to be relocated. So it includes the cost of a new shelving solution to display that collection in an eye-catching and efficient manner. The total cost for that is $12,000. And so further to that, as foot traffic in the library increases year over year and patrons' use of the library expands beyond borrowing materials to using the library as a work and study space, we hear frustration around the lack of seating to accommodate everyone. And while we have made some significant progress in addressing this challenge through making our meeting room space available for silent study when it's not otherwise in use, this project will further address this challenge and take advantage of the scenic views at the front of the facility. And here is just another graph showing Wi-Fi use year over year, so the green being 2017 at the top. And so increased Wi-Fi use does indicate increased use of the library for work and study because people stick around and stay a while and use the space for the Wi-Fi access and the study space. And in the survey, we heard a lot of comments from the community about there not being enough space to sit down, to read, to study. And really, we're finding that there are plenty of people undertaking lifelong learning, pursuing degrees, working through their MBA through the library, working remotely on their own business, and they're very appreciative of the library space, but they've identified the demand for seating, that there's more of a demand for the seating we currently offer. And so that's the fourth and final request we're bringing forward, and I'll just now pass it back over to Sonia to speak a little bit further more about what we heard from the community in terms of the library staff and service.
Now, in terms of the survey, we heard an awful lot of very nice remarks, and so we thought it was important to let you know what some of them were. And as you can see, we've definitely been helped in ways that made us feel valued. Super friendly, helpful staff who genuinely seem to enjoy their jobs and can't be of enough assistance when needed. And to rate the library staff 1 out of 10 is an injustice. 10 is not a high enough number. It just shows that the community really does appreciate, and we do need to appreciate the hard work that staff at the library put in. They truly make it a welcoming place. One other suggestion that came in, and it says, "Hi, no suggestion. I just want to thank the library staff at this beautiful library for providing a safe, warm, dry, non-judgmental space from one of the library's many homeless youth. So to you, thank you. Your work is much more than books." So, you know, there's a lot of wonderful things happen in our library that I feel very proud about. We wanted to let you know. And finally, we couldn't resist this one. Back, there's all those pictures of the great staff and the board. The staff of this library reflect the heartbeat of this community. The Beach Boys wrote a song about the feelings they invoke when you visit there, and that song is called Good Vibrations.
So these are our 4 requests.
Girls just want to have fun.
Yeah, girls just want to have fun, right.
These are our 4 requests for 2018, all of which help to further the mission of the library to connect our community to the world of learning, discovery, and creativity. And we're looking forward to launching into a new strategic planning process over the next 12 months, which will help set our library's course for the future. But these 2018 requests we spoke to today are a sound investment in your library that will help ensure we are meeting the current needs of our community, as well as supporting Council's community vision of a healthy community where social inclusion and connectivity is promoted. So
So I'd like to acknowledge and thank our library board for their dedication to the library. And I just want to take a second to specifically thank Sonia Levens, as she's about to complete her time on the board this month, for her tireless commitment to the library over the past many years. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time today.
Thanks, both of you, and went to the last library board meeting, and just want to add my words to Hillary's about the dedication that Sonia's put into not only the library board, but many, many, many boards in the community over the years. So I know you won't stop. You'll just move on and go back and move on. Spend your
I'm sort of a revolving door. There's a problem there. You have to put me away.
First step is acknowledging the problem, but this is a healthy one. So we thank you very much for all the time and service you put in. And I think it goes without saying that we have an excellent library, an excellent staff. I think the programming, the evolution of the library has been outstanding the last couple of years. Do you have a running total of the complete ask?
It's just shy of $50,000.
Yeah, so about more. It'd be great in these things in the surveys, to have people understand the budgetary impact, not just do you want more hours, but this may result, in an ask from the district that could result in taxation. So it's just someone to keep, because it's easy to go, do you want this? And everyone goes, yeah, we all want this, we want it all. And then go, well, it'll cost you, X amount every year. But to just have that cognizance.
One comment to that. One of the comments from the public was, I'm willing to pay more taxes to keep my library
So you got one
open
person
longer.
doing it. Just 20,000 more.
Exactly.
No, but I think if people then value, they understand that what they're
Absolutely.
getting for their tax dollars too. So.
Absolutely.
Councillor Schwab.
Thanks, and I want to make a comment about the programs that are offered there as far as online programs and having lynda.com, which was brought back, and all the education resources, and having just spent over that amount on an education to be able to offer the entire community an education for those, for that it doesn't seem like a huge ask from the taxpayer to provide education resources. And you guys have done so much to bring education online and to actually offer those resources to the community. So for that, I'm super grateful.
Yeah, kudos to some of you guys. You do terrific work with fantastic staff. I'm very proud of what you guys do. Question, your workspace ask for 12K, that's only for the space itself? You don't need any additional boosting of the Wi-Fi or anything like that, is there?
No, we're fortunate to have work with IT in the district to support it and boost it up as needed. Over recent years, there's been a lot of improvements made. So at this point, it's for the furnishings.
And that was my sort of backup question to that. So you find that the Wi-Fi is sufficient in there now? It's not sagging?
There's times in the summer when there's a lot of people trying to use it, and we sometimes get a complaint, but generally it's functional.
Because as we get more and more laptops and devices on that system, those loads.
Yeah.
Good to know. Thanks.
It's a challenge for everyone, for sure. Just looking to Christine and or Linda, is this library ask in our current budget parameters?
Thank you, Mayor Heinzman. We have it on the sheets that you're seeing today, yes.
Section 7.
No, I know, not necessarily for me, Councillor Race. But it's included in the current budget proposal that Council's considering. It's not an add-on.
Yes, it's included in the list. We have it listed not below the line, but in a separate area that is for council discretion. Just to be clear.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any more council hands. I know all of council is very, very aligned in terms of our appreciation and how wonderful job we think you're all doing. And we really do have a gem at the library, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to finishing off our community enhancement grant conversation. I'm going to ask, there's a couple tidying up we need to do, just formalize motions of direction that was given last budget meeting. And we'll ask Christine or whomever to just walk us through that. I prefer not to do a motion for every individual one. So if unless council wants to pull one out specifically, I'll look for a motion to do all of the ones that we had sort of generally agreed on last week.
I'll second that.
Do you want to move it?
What about the ones who are in conflict though?
Well, that's why I asked if there's things that need to be pulled. Please articulate if there's a conflict or you'd like it pulled for further discussion, and then we'll gang all the other ones.
If there's still questions on the list, I'm in conflict.
So the list, I'm just trying to find my.
So if you look at page 5 of your agenda, I think those are the resolutions that Mayor Heinzman is referring to.
Yeah.
There are basically, Lily was great, she put together all
Why
of the
don't I
things.
just read out the list and then Air Cadets, Climate Action Network, Hospice, Volunteer Drivers for Cancer, Senior Center Society, SPCA, Cutting Barriers Employment and Training, Squamish Environmental Conservation Society, Farmers Market Association, Safe and Sound, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Evans Lake Forestry Society, Downtown Business Association, Squamish Craft Beer Association. That is different. Is that the one we heard today?
Yes.
So it's beverage, not beer. I think that's where we got confused.
So that's where, basically the 3 resolutions on page 6 at the bottom, those were the delegations you heard today. That's why they have blank numbers in them.
Okay, so we'll keep those 3 out because there's a quest one in there anyway. We'll take out the Safe and Sound one, and we'll do that one separately so Councilor Buckingham can recuse himself. And did anyone else see any ones that needed to be pulled for any reason? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion to confirm all the other ones. Is that clear enough for you, Gary? Moved by Councilor Cryer, seconded by Councilor Kent. Discussion? Call to question, all those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Why don't we just go down the list? I think Safe and Sound is next. Councilor Buckingham?
You have to say,
You
that.
have-
You have
you
to
have to
declare
say-
your.
I already did in the other meeting.
Do it again.
I think you have to do it again. Yeah, sorry.
Sit
Get
down.
out of here. Thank you.
I'm declaring conflict because my husband is a board member at society.
Thank you. Would anyone like to move this? Moved by Councilor Chappelle. Second that. Any discussion? Councilor Race? and
Yeah.
Councilor
I had 2 questions about this. So, first of all, I wondered whether this was more suitable for the economic development budget because it's kind of a trade show, was the gist of the conversation. And it's a series of profitable businesses, and I get the fact that we're not donating to the businesses themselves, we're donating to an association they've set up, or a nonprofit.
You're talking about Safe and Sound?
No. Oh, I beg your pardon.
We're talking about Safe and Sound.
Oh.
I was like, where are we going?
Yeah, I was going through my notes going,
I
did I miss
I was
that
turning
page?
pages myself. I'm like, what?
Sorry, I don't know how I got the
Wow.
other. Okay.
Safe and Sound.
Thank you.
House sound.
Safe and
I
Sound.
thought I was losing my mind.
You're okay with Safe and Sound? Okay. Can we call a question on Safe and Sound? I was like, did I miss a whole chapter? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Can someone please get Jason?
You led me straight.
Really?
Blame it all on you.
Next up, the Squamish Craft Beverage Association. How much was Safe and Sound? Oh, which one?
Beverage, $2,000, two in cash and one in kind.
Yeah, and I think they're just ballparking the time because they didn't seem to know their venue and stuff like that, so they're pretty preliminary. So maybe we'll break it out into 2 pieces. We'll deal with the in-kind first. Maybe the motion reads in-kind up to $1,000. I guess if they come back and they need more because they're renting out Front Park or whatever, they can come back and ask for more, but at this point, we'll consider up to $1,000 in kind.
Right, it sounded like they were thinking about the Adventure Center as well, which is a different rental system, so that would reduce the amount because we don't have control.
Yeah, and that would have to come through the community enhancement, because we'd actually have to pay the
That's right.
corporation. I'm just trying to streamline this somehow.
Yep.
Could we put a motion? I mean, it's revenue in, revenue out either way. So can we put a motion forward saying up to $1,000 grant and aid and/or use of the Adventure Center? Like, how would we do that? You understand, I'm trying to say that, I'm trying to make it so we don't have to come back. If they're using the Adventure Center, it goes into community enhancement grant. If they're using any of our facilities,
Yeah, towards venue.
Yeah.
Including towards rental, venue rental.
Could you say that again?
Including contribution towards venue rental.
Well, I think
Right.
you're only looking to do up to $1,000
Yeah.
towards a venue rental.
Well, it's garbage cans and
Well-
other stuff too, right? They were talking about it.
I'm open to suggestions, I don't want to,
Tables.
but I think, okay, how about we do this way? Up to $1,000 grant and aid, should they use a district facility? And we'll just leave that motion at that. Is there a seconder?
I'll second
Seconded by
that.
Councillor Elliott. I'll call the question. Yeah, question.
So on this one, generally, both sides of it, without repeating everything I just said,
Except Jason wasn't here.
yeah, my concern, put it in one sentence, was that this is like a trade show for a bunch of for-profit businesses, which is covered by a nonprofit society, I recognize that, but it's essentially for promoting a series of businesses. And so my first question is whether or not this would be better through the economic development budget as opposed to grant and aid. The second thing is just, although it's a relatively modest amount, whether this is the kind of thing that we want to use the grant and aid process for, is funding these types of things. And I was trying to search my memory for other examples where we've funded things like this. And frankly, I can't think of one. I think it's more,
Logger Sports?
well, it's not a trade show for loggers. I mean, that's a competition, but it's not,
It's a
we're not
ticketed
promoting.
event.
Well, I get that, but it's the idea that you have all of these different businesses coming together to market all of these different businesses.
You know, they market Husqvarna at the Loggers Sports.
Well, those are sponsors and stuff, but anyway, just, so, okay, well, that may be one example. But that was my concern, was that this was just not sort of kind of part of the general flow of our grant and aid process.
Councillor Elliott and Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, I'm glad that they came in today because one of my concerns was that it wasn't for the whole community, which is a criteria in our policy. But the other is that we do have a line in there that says we can use grant aid for economic development. And I think that, at least for this year, this group sounds like they have a business plan to take the funds from this to be able to self-sustain for their next year. But I'd sort of like to see some of our funds go to help get them off the ground and get this going. I'm not sure that it's like I would do it again in the future, but I certainly think we could provide some seed support to help them in terms of economic development.
Councillor Bryan.
Well, I kind of had the same questions that Councillor Reese has. You know, if you look at the businesses like that, and so, I mean, I don't mind spaces, you know, but he was talking yesterday about, you know, getting all the tickets printed and all these kind of things that the money would be used for, and I thought, well, tickets printed that they're going to sell to have people come to their event. I just didn't see it as much, like, under economic development. Yes, and the, you know, the use of our spaces for the first year or so to get them going, I guess we'll look at too. The question of cash.
The current motion on the floor is just for space. but we will discuss cash.
Yeah, I completely support the idea of cash, but I was always ready to support, for the space. So we didn't use the cash, I support the space.
I support
And the cash I do question as well, only because they have a membership fee, which makes it prohibitive, like it isn't for everybody. So like the membership fee should support the ticket purchase and everything else. I don't see that as something that the district should get involved with, but the space use does get them off the ground. On a bigger note for that group is that they are all in the industrial park and their zoning prohibits growth of their industry. So we also have to look at that, so that's nothing to grant an aid, but I'm just putting that on the table for policy in the business park, because that would be better economic development.
Anyone else on the waiving of the fees for use of our facility? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The remainder is, just remind me the amount, $2,000 request, essentially seed money to get this up and going. I'm of a little bit of two minds on this. One was sort of along the lines of where Councillor Elliott was going is, this is an event, it'll be a good tourism promotion, it helps foster growth in this sector, which I think we have lots of capacity for growth, providing zoning in the business park is amenable, and other places. And so I think as we set up the parameters around the policy, we did want to allow for some, we fund the West Coast Great Lake Heritage Park because it's an economic development driver. We fund, and I think there was some latitude within the policy to say, if we want to help stimulate something, get something going, that first year where they have no money in the bank and they haven't been able to create that revenue is always the toughest year. And so if we can create opportunities for them with seed money to help them get over the hump, then I think that's worth considering. In the back of your head, you do have this thought of, okay, it's, really it is, it's, the event is there to promote business and are we, as long as we're not tripping over the legislation, I think it's worthwhile council considering these one-offs, but making it very clear that we won't be expecting an ask in future years, that this is their opportunity to get up and running and go forward. Councillor Kenton.
Exactly as you said, I think it's worth backing it for the first year and just let them know we won't do it again, but we'd like to kickstart them a little bit. I think for economic development, it's hopefully it's self-sustaining after the first year and can pull it off themselves.
And it could be, it doesn't have to be the full amount, the council can use anything.
So I'm a beer maker and I go, oh yeah, I'm gonna sign up to go in that event and pay for my booth. And I go in there and I pay for my booth and I get all my beer out there and at the end of the night I go, I made $700 tonight. That was pretty good, right? So are we supporting these guys going out and make product?
I don't think that's what their festival is at. They're not actually selling a product.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Well, I guess they could sell product as a result of this, yeah.
I think for me is that they've incorporated a society because they want to work together, they want to collaborate and lift the whole industry up in Squamish and create Squamish as a destination for these kinds of craft producers. And so I think it's important to remember that if we provide the cash, we're supporting the society, we're not supporting an individual business, which would put us offside with our policy and with government legislation. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the whole amount, but I think we got the motorcycle festival off the ground with a grant and aid for a year. I know we give grant and aid to and other funds to other events. So, I think this shows some initiative, and I wouldn't mind putting forward some cash on this as well.
Did I see a hand over here? Yeah, Jason.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with this. It's, I like the description today, the analogy of it's sort of like a farmer's market, but for locally craft produced stuff. So kind of look at it that way, and their presentation alleviated any fears I had around it being not an inclusive event. And, it also shows that within their budget, they are putting their own money in and the members' money as well, so it's kind of leveraging and stuff. You know, if we were the only funder, then it might feel a little bit more problematic, but I think it strikes a good balance, especially for a first-year budget.
Yeah, I'm happy to support for the same reasons. It's such a little amount of cash, and if it helps them to get off the ground, then.
Do we have a motion on the floor? Moved by Councillor, second by Councillor Chappell. Councillor Lee.
Yeah, the motion is
For the full amount?
For the full amount of $2,000. I think with the stipulation that it's a one-year kind of gig, so they better get it done.
So, Mayor Heinzman, I will just say that generally the grant and aid is onside with the policy, and absolutely because it's an association, it's not bumping into our assistance to business. One thing we do have in our policy, though, is that one of our principles is that we don't provide cash sponsorship. So I'm just going to leave that on the table because obviously it's your policy and you can do what you like, but.
I don't think we're sponsoring.
So one of the ones is.
We're not sponsoring, we're just giving them a grant.
Okay.
Community enhancement grant. It's a community enhancement.
It's not a sponsorship. I wouldn't expect to see our name on any signs. It's to help them with the logistics of getting this off of it.
They want to say thank you, that's fine, but we're not a sponsor.
I just thought about being a boozy event, or be liable at all with the grant and aid. Perfect.
Like kombucha, I like it, no one.
It's back to your.
Yeah, thanks. And I voted in favor of the in-kind contribution based on comments, but I just can't go as far as the cash, so I won't be supporting this.
I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Race opposes. Motion carries. Third, remind me, third. Arts Council. No.
Quest?
Quest. Thank you.
I have a contract with Quest, so I'm in conflict on this decision.
Councillor Schwab.
Our mapping is incredibly expensive. If we can add these resources to our GIS system, I think this is an incredible benefit, and as well as the publications that could come from this to actually look at things that can help us make better decisions. I am happy to support this.
Councillor Race.
I'm going to move it
Moved by Councillor Race, second by Councillor Pryor.
for all the reasons Councillor Chappell gave.
Yeah.
And maybe, is it okay if I go to staff and ask you, I didn't give you the opportunity to speak to it during the session. How do you see the potential benefit of this?
Mayor Heinzman, you probably saw us all scrolling away over there on the side. We'd have to do some confirmation on their system and LiDAR. Gary mentioned that, but certainly flood hazard mapping and flood proofing strategies would really benefit from this. I don't know if Gary wants to speak to any other advantages, but that's certainly one that popped right out in council.
From a real practical, let alone the relationship and the partnership and inspiring young people and all that sort of added value stuff.
The vegetation and the bio stuff would be interesting from a community point of view, but it's non-core for us. But the core stuff I saw is the terrain mapping, which could be incredibly useful for dike and infrastructure management.
Invasive species.
The vegetation stuff, yeah. Okay, I'm going to call the question. I think I'm not hearing any dissent on this. Has it been moved and seconded? Yes. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Robin. For the full Christine, I'm looking for you to keep me on track. We have the Arts Council, SORCA.
The Arts Council wasn't, I don't believe it was on this list, so. I'll probably have to
Is
put
that
in.
part of a different discussion?
Well, they're looking for a partnership agreement, but we can certainly talk to it now and deal with
partnership
it.
funding. The agreement's part of that.
I'm sorry, what was
They're looking for funding.
Yeah, so we already gave them some funding in the resolution you just passed, right, the 20,400?
Yeah, that's not what we're
And
talking
then
about.
they, exactly, and then there's another 45,000 of partnership
Yeah, to be offered,
that they're interested in pursuing with us.
augmentation programming. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, this one at Sorka, just to speak to the two of them for the moment. I mean, we all probably have our opinions on them, but without getting into the debate of whether they have merit or not, they're larger ones. And I think I guess I'm a little bit nervous about committing to the full amount at this moment until we see the whole picture. The other service increases, the impact on the tax rolls, and the assessment and the impact on the tax rolls and where it actually sort of flows through. And I think we're a couple of weeks away from having a preliminary look at that, if I understood staff correctly yesterday.
Can I ask a clarification question? Are you saying Sorka at all, or
Oh, no.
the additional funding at Sorka?
Well, they're asking for $85,000, and so...
Which is 10,000?
10,000 more than last year. And so, but it's a grant and aid, so it comes out of a different line item in the budget. So there's, I guess I'd be happier. I mean, rather than vote yes today and then want to come back and revisit because we have other things that we have to do, we'd rather maybe have a general discussion, put them in a parking lot and have a discussion about them when we know what the big picture is. Because I'm thinking, first of all, there is the impact in taxes of the other service level increases. There's also the impact in taxes of an expanding tax base. And I think those are two things that have to play into overall. We make the decision today, you know, I mean, I know how I vote, but I still think it might be easier to deal with if we looked at it in the bigger picture, because they are larger grants.
So just for clarity, the Arts Council partnership would be discussed under our operating budget. It's not a grant and aid for us, right? So that it's there from year to year.
I actually moved it over to the service level change discussion because we consider it a partnership rather than a grant and aid. Yeah, I think that's their event. They're trying to go for that concept.
Okay.
With the Sorka, I think probably as a minimum, they would appreciate it if they at least secured the 75,000 so they knew, because we're supposed to provide feedback on these grants and aids by December 31st so that they know whether they've got operating dollars for the next year. So I would suggest you consider at least making that if that's...
I'm going to put a motion forward that we support Sorka to the tune of $85,000 with the $10,000 increase. Is there a second there? And we can discuss that. Second by Councillor Pryor. I certainly think we get massive value for money for the 75 grand we're spending. And I'd like to start to strategically get Sorka to a point where they aren't sort of reevaluating, struggling year to year, and get them to a sustainable point. And I see this small lift as sort of one step. The numbers are exponential in terms of the increased usage of the trails and the increased revenue and tourism dollars that are coming because of that. So I do see this as just an investment that's keeping up with demand, and incrementally it's not, it's a 12 or 13% increase in what we did last year. A portion of which is from the Canadian Hydro community grant, the recreation grant that we get every year, and a portion is from revenue or taxation, I should say. Councillor Race, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks. And just confirming, 30,000 of this would be funded from the IPP fund.
Yes.
And
I mean, if council so chooses, that's what we're suggesting.
That would be I was moving the suggestion.
Yeah, and no debate about the value we get for this. I'm not debating that at all. I guess I was just more concerned about having to, if we do get in a squeeze somewhere down the road, having to come back and revisit some of these larger ones. But I'm happy to vote for it now. I guess nothing's final until we finally adopt it, so we can always come back. But I hate to do that to people.
If I may just clarify, the grant and aid policy indicates that we would notify them and let them know that they had a grant by December 31st. So it's a little bit of a slippery slope. If you want to hold something back, I would suggest you verify for sure 75,000 and 10,000 is subject to further budget deliberation, or something along that line would probably be.
I think if we could break it down into 75 and 10. I didn't hear too much dissension, so I just thought I'd go with 85. If you do think you're going to do less than what's last year, then vote against the motion. But if you do think that an additional $10,000. Vote for the motion. It's as simple as that. Councillor Craigie.
And then I hope we get at it this year to change policy or whatever we have to change to follow some of the other communities' way of running trails. You know, like we were discussing earlier.
Yeah. Councillor Shaw.
Yeah, there was a lot of comments made today that were highly valuable about moving this into, you know, and as the mayor said earlier today, and I don't think it was in public, but that we did have a trail coordinator position. And, you know, it may have, you know, that position I thought was extremely valuable as far as somebody to actually work on contracts and work on those land, like as far as they could hire somebody as a trail coordinator to just manage the trail crew, but having somebody to work on policy and make sure, you know, we're constantly butting up against insurance and policy.
If you want a trails coordinator, we can do that in the operational budget. This is for the SORCA grant. SORCA grant, any other comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, motion carries. And the Arts Council grant, you're suggesting we refer this to the service level increase conversation, is that correct, Christine?
Well, I think the partnership concept is more of an operating concept. We probably need to find a manager who's prepared to oversee that contract. So I'm looking to Robin.
We're not looking to make a contract. We're looking to create a partnership agreement. It's very different.
It's a contract.
No, I don't think we're looking to make a contract.
Partnership agreement is a contract between two
We're
parties.
not looking for a service contract. We're not looking, I just want to make sure that that's clear. We are not looking for a service contract. They're gonna provide X service for X amount of dollars. We're looking for a partnership agreement.
So I'm open to council speaking to it now or during a service level change. It's up to council.
And anyone object to, anyone want to speak for them? Yeah, I did, but I guess nobody else does. Okay, we will refer to the service level discussion.
So there was something in the parking lot. I'm assuming it's staying in the parking lot. The Montcalm River Access Society.
I got a bit of an update today. So it would be good to get it formalized and update in terms of what their ask is now. Because Vancouver Coastal has been working with them, and they have sort of agreed to a modified liner system. And I just want to understand what that means in terms of and it was evolving last week, so that's why we put it on hold. But maybe if we could get Mr. Harvey and Mr. Freely to fine tune this request based on the new parameters that they worked out with Vancouver Coastal Health, that would be great.
Great, thank you. So just to give you a rough idea right now, you're sitting, yeah, your grant and aid is up at $181,865. That is higher than last year by about 10 grand. So it's 173 last year.
36.
Sorry, I didn't have the original report last week when Lily provided the amount that was sort of the target.
What's the 260 number?
What's the which, I'm sorry?
The 260, 984 number, what's that?
That was all of the grants requested.
Oh.
You didn't request all of them, so it's these yellow numbers I'm working with. So approved and then funded from this CAC. And I'm just going to see
Just
if
scroll over that way. Was it 173 last year? No, the other way.
Yes, I just have to verify that that was a tax funded amount. So I'm just going to check with the report I have it here.
In kind is quite a bit higher.
Well, that's the request. So the approved was 166.
Oh, yeah, right.
So you're pretty close on target, unfortunately. I'm just having a hard time finding it in here. Bear with me.
And does that include the 181 number? Are we comparing apples to apples to the 166 number?
Yeah, so last year our taxation impact of community enhancement grants was $170,436. So you're up about $11,000.
Okay.
Okay, we're good? Great, thank you very much.
Is that because?
Thank you. Guess we're done? No, we're not done.
If you'd like, Mayor Highsmith, Mr. Buxton received an email this morning from John Harvey.
Oh, great, if you have that update now.
What they're looking for.
Excellent, thank you.
Oh, there you are. It says MRAS applied for a community enhancement grant for 22,000. So
That's what we.
So it hasn't changed.
not according to what Mr. Harvey said to me this morning. It'll cost us 22,000 to pay for and install 4 plastic liners into each of our 4 pit toilets. So that appears to be the continuing ask.
Yeah, so essentially that, it hasn't changed. Councillor Kent?
But that doesn't answer the question, or not, are we still in conflict with coastal health, and are they going to accept that
Yes.
said liner? That's the key.
That was
my
the news
understanding, yeah.
today, is that they agreed to this change in the liner, and I just wasn't sure if it impacted the requesting or not. What's council's pleasure on this request? Entire amount? Moved by councilor Kent.
We've been struggling to get this thing going for so long, pitfalls. Take it over.
Well, seconded by councilor Pryor. Councilor Kent, do you want to speak? Well, you weren't actually.
Yeah, this is an amazing asset that is desperately needed for, otherwise we have people camping everywhere. And I really experienced that at the end of my street this year with like up to 15, there was like 15 cars parked overnight on a regular basis because there was nowhere else to camp. So it drove me crazy. And unless we're gonna put toilets in all our parks, this is cheap compared to having toilets in all our parks and having to put camping resources in all our regular parking lots, which is what the alternative to this is.
I'm not sure that that's the alternative to this.
Or we just say
We
that.
haven't put, we don't even know what we're putting into our own campground or not putting into our own
So
campground.
it's basically.
Let me speak, Councilor Chappelle. Thank you. So we don't even know what we're putting into our own campground or whether or not the value proposition there. Not to say that this is an incredibly valuable community asset. I did want to explore the opportunity of incentivizing a bit of matching funds from some of the tourism businesses out there, whether they're Montgomery Co-op or Valhalla or some of the other groups that benefit from this. So that's where I was hoping the conversation would go to is do we fund X amount and see what we can do in terms of some either grant funding or other sponsorship funding. I know that the Access Society is a small group of people and they're tapped out in terms of their motivation to go find funding. I think they're kind of exhausted by the whole idea of it, and they're like, I just want it all from the municipality, which is a totally valid motivation, I guess. Councilor Elliott.
I guess I have some outstanding questions because I feel like we've already put money into this campground, and I'm curious about what that amount is. And I also know that there's asks in our budget for our own campground because we no longer meet some of the code requirements and legislative requirements in our own campground. And I want to make sure that we actually, because that's our asset currently, that we have money in the budget that doesn't go below the line to make sure that we can upgrade our own campground. And so I guess I'm going to have difficulty voting on this until I almost want to keep it in the parking lot until we have our discussion with our own campground. And whether there's other funding options. This is a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, similar comments. I mean, I think we have supported this particular project significantly in the past, and I can't be specific exactly, but there has been support on several different levels, I think. So that's one aspect of it. The other is I'm inclined to say that if we were supporting it at all, I'd be supporting something like $10,000 and let them go out and try and find the rest and get other people in the community involved in it, but not the whole 22. Happy to park it till we get more information. And once again, I think this is just maybe where I'm coming from, but I think it's also, from my aspect, going to depend on how the rest of the budget shakes out, whether we can do this or not as well. That's going to impact my decision. So I'm happy to park it for a while.
Okay, Christine, do we have a number on how much we?
I was just trying to pull up the total. I did do the math, but it's in my council binder, not this one, so I'm sorry. It was, I believe, over close to 20,000 last year already. And I'm just trying to find our kind of analysis of that, so please bear with me.
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's been an ongoing battle for the group working on it. I mean, it's been a big job for them for 3 or 4 years. When I say them, it's mostly just John. And so I guess we could, put it to rest. The unfortunate part is the outhouses that were built, as far as the health inspector is concerned, aren't up to code. But they're totally functional and totally, they're concrete bomb shelters. I mean, they're not going to leak. And so the health department and John got in a bit of a disagreement on that.
No, that's actually not how it transpired, and it's not part of the conversation today. I'm going to cut you off.
Well, I'm just saying that unfortunate turns of events have made it become a problem. And, I would like to see if we can find the funding from somewhere else. Because it is a community amenity that will be used by hundreds of people over the summer. And so it's like garbage cans.
I'm kind of with Ted on this. It's a bit of sticker shock, but we have to think about the lifespan of this facility, and it will be over some years. And I think with the wildfire risk and the associated stuff when people don't have facilities, I think we might just have to suck it up, do that, and do our other campground as well, because those are just things that you've got to do as a municipality. It doesn't pay for itself. Camping never really does, but it's part of the visitation and
Well, one thing we could do is, and I may consider putting an amendment forward, that we fund half of it, $1,100, should hopefully create some ability for them to leverage that to make more. If in June we can reconsider and we have council contingency and other facets, but at least we give them a good amount of time to look at options there. It does frustrate me a little when provincial government regulations are costing our property tax dollars. I know it's all one big community, and I think that's a really good point that Jason made with regard to the wildfire interface and some of the problems we had last summer with people just camping indiscriminately, and it costs us money in those situations to bylaw and clean up, and it costs the province money. This is why I feel like these types of things should be funded through some provincial funding mechanisms too, but I think we can send a positive message saying we're willing to fund half of it right up front, and hopefully we can leverage that to fund everything, but it is a big ticket item, as you can see by our budget. It's $20,000 is something, $22,000 is something to sneeze at in our budget. So I'm gonna, can I do an amendment to cut it in half?
Friendly amendment on your own?
You can do a friendly amendment if the mover.
I'll just, if it gets voted down, we'll Try something else. Well, it's not really friendly if it's cutting in half.
We'll move an amendment then.
And I don't want to, like, I think there's an overwhelming support for this project from council. It's just, it's a lot of money, and we're already over what we've allocated for grants made. So we just have to be cognizant of that much money going into one facility or another facility in one group versus another group. So,
And I do have that value now.
Yep.
And it wasn't 20,000, because I don't want to misstate, because it went through the community foundation, it was leveraged. So
Mhm.
we've actually contributed by, what, you know, not counting the rest of the $10,000 that went to the community foundation, it ended up being $14,050 and $50.
but we did waive $5,000 or $6,000.
That's what I was gonna say.
fees, and so the whole thing added up to over 20, if I remember correctly.
I agree,
But
yes.
I mean, that's not necessary. I saw a hand here, no? Yeah.
Well, I'll
Susan
move
Menda.
the amount be reduced to $11,000.
Okay, it's been moved, is there a second? Second by Councillor Kent. Susan?
I am not going to vote for the amendment. I just think that when we look at the amount of money that's gone out for other facilities, this is an actual long-term investment in sanitary facilities for an amenity that we would not have gotten with the amount of insane volunteer hours. And if we had to pay people to do this, it would be $100,000 with the amount of volunteer work that was put into that facility to dig up and build. And this is not a small campground. It's like, it's quite a lot of spaces, and it resolves a huge municipal problem with volunteer space. So via volunteerism, and they're asking for bathrooms. So it's just, to pay $22,000 when we're asking for new change room facilities and all these other facilities, it seems like a small amount to pay for bathrooms for a campground that is going to be utilized all summer by people that would otherwise be causing fire hazard, garbage collection, and costing the municipality a huge amount of bylaw. So,
I agree with you on all of those things, and I was willing to move it forward at 22, but I also understand the rationale behind it, putting up half now and then looking back to June and saying, okay, he still can't gather those funds in through any other means, and do we have any contingency and then step up and maybe help him out then? So I'm willing to go there.
I'm going to support the amendment and take Jason's good points. It costs us money to police people camping outside of campgrounds. But, the problem is we have an overcrowding problem in our provincial campgrounds, and our provincial government has been very reluctant to step up and deal with that. So I'd actually like for us to approach our MLA with Mr. Harvey and see what the province could do to maybe top up the 11,000 first, and then look at our council contingency later, because I actually think the province is derelict in they've promoted the heck out of this region and not provided the funding to actually support that. So I'd actually like to give the province a chance to step up and help out here.
Well, just maybe a question to Gary there. If he's got 4 outhouses, if he builds 2, can he open?
Yes, but can't use the 2 that aren't.
Yeah, that's okay.
So he would need to bring in additional ones.
And it could be that, I don't want to get into the details of the operational, but it could be that he can't open portions of the campground. My rationale in doing 11 now is, I think, to pressure some other funding opportunities to the province. 2, to be able to have a look at the general revenue of our budget, maybe in 3 months or 2 months or 1 month from now, when we have a better understanding of revenue in and our expenses. Once we've had that whole, we may come back and go, yeah, we can top that up. But in the meantime, we're showing how important this project is for all of the reasons that Councillor Chappelle and others have articulated. I don't think anyone doesn't think that it's valuable. But I think we also, as Councillor Elliott pointed out, believe that the province has sort of created some of this problem, and they should be a part of the solution on this problem. We'll see how far we get. But I think it's worth conversation, even if it helps move other issues forward in the future. I think this is just a stepped approach that we can take at this point, and it can be revisited either during this budget process or later in the year with other funding options. either ours or others. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Chappelle opposes the amendment. All, the motion carries. Motion on the, motion as amended, and can I add that we, no, I just want, yes, I can.
We can move another
That's
amendment.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That we also communicate with the province the need for them to invest in this project. That's an amendment. We'll do it as an amendment then.
Dereliction.
I'll second you.
Dereliction, I like that word. It's gotta be in the letter. The
Oh, yeah.
previous government's dereliction.
Second by Councillor Elliott. On the amendment. On the amendment.
I definitely support writing a letter to the provincial government, but at some point we have to take responsibility. We have Tourism Squamish inviting people. If we put huge amounts of money in bringing tourists up here, it's also our responsibility to plan the campgrounds and amenities for everything. But the letter is.
On the amendment, and it's not just a letter, I think it's a bit more of a lobbying thing. But all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So we have a motion as amended as amended. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mayor Heinzman, I'm sorry, but we did also have a late application on December 8th from the Squamish Food Policy Group for $5,000. Would you like us to just treat them like a late delegation and send them to a future council meeting? Or would you like to look at it today? I know you're on a hard stop, so.
We just have to,
I hear you.
disassemble the room. We're going to move it on to a future council, future budget meeting, we'll discuss.
Okay.
Okay, motion to terminate. Moved by Council Bucknell, seconded by Council Pryor. All those in favor, opposed, motion carries.